just going to do this.
I was just helping you.
Don't be afraid. She's going to bang the gavel.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to the regular meeting of the Logan City Council for December 16th, 2025. We have quite a full agenda this evening, so I hope you all are planning on staying so you can have fun for the whole time. Our opening ceremony this evening will be given by our outgoing Mayor, Holly Daines. She has something special for all of us, and none of us have witnessed what you're going to do.
Again, it is my last council meeting as mayor. I just extend appreciation to all the wonderful people I've worked with. And instead of giving a very long State of the City speech, we've condensed a summary of the last 8 years into a 7-minute video. So play it, and then I'm done.
Let's just leave it.
Not till the 4th of January.
Yeah, she's not really done yet. Uh-oh.
Mayor of Logan City, as I complete my final term as mayor of Logan City, I've been reflecting on the progress we've made together, working with our outstanding team of council members, executive staff, and the dedicated employees of the city. These last 8 years have been a time of growth, revitalization, and meaningful investment in our community's future. I've invited council members and several of my leadership team to share highlights from the work we've accomplished, efforts that represent our city's core goals of ensuring fiscal responsibility, maintaining and building strong infrastructure, and providing essential services. We've also focused on downtown revitalization and expanding parks and trails, which adds to our wonderful quality of life. Here is a look at the work we've done together.
Through long-term strategic planning and fiscal discipline, Logan is in excellent financial shape. Over time, we've built healthy reserves while keeping taxes stable. We've taken a careful approach to major projects. Instead of relying on bonding, we have paid cash for improvements whenever possible. This approach kept our debt low, saved interest costs, and allowed us to move forward responsibly with major infrastructure upgrades and community investments. Using dedicated library reserves, we were finally able to build a new library. Due to COVID, the city received federal funds and used them to build a new downtown fire station that will serve the public for 50+ years. Fiscal responsibility and watching expenses very, very carefully is the foundation for everything we've accomplished.
Few areas have seen more visible transformation than downtown Logan. Projects across multiple blocks and districts have collectively reshaped the heart of our city. Center Street is now an inviting, walkable destination with new businesses and restaurants and renovated historic buildings. Citizens enjoy sidewalk dining, fabulous summer flowers, festive holiday decorations, and frequent street festivals. The Lawn Plaza is a beautiful gathering place with ongoing activity, concerts, games, and splash pad, and wintertime ice skating. We assisted the development of various downtown housing complexes and sold the former fire station and Plaza 45 buildings for vibrant new uses. We also expanded public art downtown and parks across Logan and beautified the South Main Gateway. We supported major redevelopment efforts, including the Riverwalk redevelopment area, Logan Business Gateway redevelopment area, Costco, and the Cache Valley Marketplace, which will bring a Target to Logan. All these efforts strengthen Logan's economic core and help create a more vibrant, connected, and beautiful downtown.
Infrastructure isn't always visible, but it's essential. And during Mayor Daines' administration, Logan City made excellent progress in upgrading aging systems and preparing for the future. Major transportation projects include the new 100 West roadway connecting to US 8991, complete with a new bridge and a 12-inch water line crossing the river. 1000 North was widened and upgraded between 50 East and 200 West to improve a major traffic choke point with a new traffic signal at 200 West. Along 600 West, we upgraded street and railroad intersections with new signals at both 1800 and 1400 North, with 1000 North coming soon. 1200 East has 2 new roundabouts to help traffic flow and fix difficult offset intersections. We've also completed pedestrian and bicycle improvements throughout the city, including a number of flashing beacons at key pedestrian crossings for safety. Water and sewer projects included upgrading aging sewer and water lines along both 200 and 400 North. We are currently building a 10 million gallon culinary water storage tank and transmission line, and we have upgraded and improved city wells and Duet Springs, our primary drinking water source. All these forward-looking improvements will ensure Logan City residents continue to enjoy safe and reliable drinking water well into the future.
Enhancing and connecting Logan's parks and trails has been a major priority for this administration. We are installing a new bridge at Tracker Park, which connects to the city's wonderful 47-acre conservation easement along the Logan River, which will eventually include new trails. In cooperation with the Environmental Department, we have made progress on Phase 1 of the Logan Outdoor Recreation Complex, the 200-acre repurposing of the Logan landfill into recreation space, including a planned dog park. In the past 8 years, we have added 13 miles of new trail to Logan City. In partnership with Public Works, construction has begun on the pedestrian underpass at 600 South Main to better connect our trail system. We also take care of our wonderful park assets, including programming the Law Plaza with its activities, splash pad, and skating rink.
Our Community Development Department is busy permitting and inspecting many projects annually, permitting special events, and providing code enforcement to keep our city tidy and law-abiding. They also help us plan and manage our growth. The Legal Department does a great job managing risk and safety initiatives, and our Human Resources Department serves as a great liaison for all city staff.
Light and Power rebuilt both 10th North and Canyon Road transmission lines, installed new smart utility meters, and added 10 megawatts of new natural gas turbines to help balance the renewable energy we've added to our portfolio. They continue to keep our power on with remarkable reliability and at a reasonable cost. The Environmental Department completed the new wastewater treatment plant, added a new cell at the North Valley landfill, is building a 4th bioreactor at the wastewater treatment plant, and also a new green waste composting facility at the farm. And of course, they collect our garbage each and every week, one of those critical services.
Our new library is designed to spark creativity and discovery in every patron, young and old. Our police and fire departments are there for the community 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, providing extraordinary professionalism, integrity, and compassion.
These are just a few of the highlights. I'm grateful for the dedication of everyone I've worked with and proud of what we've achieved as a team. It has been an honor to serve as mayor. Logan is stronger, more vibrant, and better prepared for the future because of the collective efforts of so many. Thank you.
And we have to say that Mike did a lot of all of the video, getting it all together.
Some of it, yeah.
And organizing it, and that's wonderful.
Thank you.
So our next agenda item is the acceptance of the minutes and the approval of the agenda for this evening.
I'll move acceptance of the minutes and approval of tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We can do a pledge.
Yes, we are.
Sorry.
I forgot all about the pledge because the opening ceremony
'cause
was so
normal.
wonderful. So, since Mike reminded me, if you will all rise and join me, we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance before we go any further. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. See, I have to have somebody keeping me on track.
We're all just a team.
Our regular meeting schedule is the first and third Tuesdays at 5:30 PM. Our next meeting will be January 6th, 2026.
When the new mayor and council members will be sworn in.
Yes. Due to the interim council member interviews and selection, the question and comment period that normally occurs as number 5 on our agenda has been moved to the end of the meeting. So if you have a comment, you just get to hang out. So anyway, we're going to go on to the mayor and staff reports.
Great. Item 6A, we have some board appointments. The first two are to the Public Art Advisory Board. And if Aurora Villa or Christie South, or either of these women here, I don't think they're here tonight. Anyway, those are the names I would like to present to the City Council for ratification on the Public Art Advisory Board.
I will move ratification. I know Aurora quite well. I don't know Christy, but I look forward to getting to know her better, and I think they both will do great. So I'll move ratification.
I'll second. They attended the first meeting already, I believe, just to see what was happening, so.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Great. And item B, our second set of board appointments is for the library board, and we have our library director and assistant director here, and also the chair of the library board. Appreciate that. But the two nominees, and they are here this evening, so if they'd stand as I introduce them. Brenda Duan, thank you very much. She is one of the nominees. And then Crescencio Lopez Gonzalez is on the back row there. He is our other nominee. So those are the two appointments that I'm nominating to the library board.
I will gladly move for ratification of these appointments.
I will second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Do you want to
We're going to
mention
ask for just a second of pause, and Ernesto and I will be right back.
And one thing, while we're waiting for that, I'll just mention, the library board did interview the candidates, and they recommended these candidates to me. And also, you heard in the video that we were going to install a bridge at Tracker Park. It was installed today, and they got some cool drone footage, I think. So at a future meeting, you may have to show that.
So on behalf of the council, we would like to, thanks to Teresa, give you these small gifts
Beautiful.
for your long and tireless service to Logan, Utah.
Thank you. I know, we're both going to cry. Aren't we? Oh, wow, it's beautiful. And that is the end of my report, and thank you for the beautiful flowers.
So on council business this evening, planning commission update, we only had one item on the agenda that is not otherwise on our agenda. That was a daycare and preschool that was approved. And Ernesto is going to say just a couple of minutes about the trip that the youth council took.
Yeah, so let's see, last week on Wednesday, the Youth Council was able to tour the systems operating central, can't remember what the full acronym is. SOC, yeah. And thank you to, I believe it was Tyson and Neil who helped and led the tour. A couple of the Youth Council members are actually here, and I believe they were both at the tour a week ago. One of the comments that came up during the tour was, SOC is such a gem here, a hidden gem here in the city. I think they all left with something new that they learned. They got to see the gas turbines, the generators, the old diesel generator, and so it was pretty fun to be there with them.
That's great. I'm so excited that we've got an active youth council.
Yeah.
I think that all of us are thrilled to have them be engaged and involved and excited about what's going on in the city. We'll move now to our action items. Our first action item this evening is a rezone. And I'm going to turn the time over to Amy Egbert to review with us before we open it to public comment.
Thank you, Council. Let me just open up my thing here. Okay. All right, so I have the YABC rezone. It's a 2.5 acre lot located at 900 North and 200 West, also known as the old Cubex building. The applicant is asking for a rezone from MR12 to commercial. Our future land use plan designates this still as mixed residential, but as we've been doing the general plan update, we have specified that this parcel would eventually become some sort of low-intensity commercial, just because it has been for its history in the city. So the history is, it became a commercial building in the 1960s. It was just like kind of agriculture before that. But in our zoning, this area has been multifamily, single family, and with low intensity commercial since we started zoning. It kind of changed a little in the 2000s back and forth. So in 1983 is when most of the additions happened to make it look like it looks now. And the property had a variety of businesses like the sports academy, medical offices, day spa, restaurant, etc. In 1997, it was given a conditional use permit to operate as commercial in a residential legally existing non-conforming. So this is a broad of the zoning around, commercial to the east, residential to the north and west, with a little parks and community commercial to the south a little bit. So this is some of the, besides residential, these are some of the uses nearby with the 2 churches, a social club, realty office to the south, and Bear River Mental Health and a veterinarian office. The applicant is proposing a rezone to commercial, mainly because right at this point they want an 8-foot tall fence, and then in the future possibly expanding the footprint of the existing structure. And they would also they would like to not be legally existing non-conforming. They would like to just conform and not have to worry about CUPs. So Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation of denial for commercial due to different reasons, like the intensity of commercial in a neighborhood with houses and collector roads. Wasn't really intended to accommodate higher intensity commercial activity, and then just the sheer number of permitted or conditionally permitted uses in commercial that aren't compatible so close to residential. Here I have showing you that permitted and conditional, there's 65 permitted or conditionally permitted uses in commercial. CC is the community commercial, which is right south of the property in question, and it only has 31 permitted or conditionally permitted. 7 of those are permitted, the rest are conditionally permitted. Some of these permitted conditional uses in commercial, auto sales and service, gas station, entertainment venues, hotel, motel, bars, nightclub, light manufacturing, that the staff and Planning Commission did not feel were appropriate uses that close to residential. Both commercial and community commercial allow an 8-foot fence, and both allow footprint expansion, except for in community commercial, if the applicant were to come back for that, they would have to get a conditional use permit to expand the footprint. Whereas in commercial, they could expand the footprint without any conditional use permit.
So Amy, can you talk a little bit about why, I know I was at Planning Commission, they did discuss community commercial. Can you talk about why they did not?
So the applicant did not come to Planning Commission, and partly the reason is so there's been a scam going on where some applicants have been getting an email saying, you're approved, wire us some money. The applicant was a victim of this scam and didn't think he needed to come because it was approved. So the Planning Commission wasn't able to ask if he wanted community commercial versus commercial, so they just recommended denial.
Because they felt community commercial was
appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I believe we talked about this 2 weeks ago. All of their current uses of the building would be approved,
Yes.
permitted under community commercial too.
Yes. With a conditional use
Conditionally,
permit.
yeah, but
Most likely, yeah.
Any other questions?
So there are multiple people that have been, fallen for this scam, or?
No, they're the only ones that fell victim to it. We only know of 2 others that received the email and contacted us asking if it was from us or not. So we only knew of 2 others before this one.
And we've since made some changes to all the information we put out publicly, so that contact information is not made available to the general public anymore.
Correct. And we've also put verbiage on our application and in other places warning people, because there's been other municipalities that have also received these scam emails.
Any other questions of Amy?
no.
This is a public hearing. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak to this, please come forward, state your name, where you live, and take 3 minutes or less.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Schill. I live in the unincorporated county, and I own the YABC building and focus support the company that's going to be moving there. And understanding I only have 3 minutes, would it be permitted for me to share some graphics directly so we could reference in that time?
Sure. If you just want to give them, we'll just pass them out.
Thank you. So first, while you're passing those out, I just wanted to say, super excited to talk to the council today, and also the mayor, understands she's finishing her tenure, and really grateful for the service that she provides. In researching these meetings and the things that we need to do, I have a much greater appreciation for what the council does and the breadth and the depth of requirements and challenges that you all address for the city. And overall, I'm really grateful for the culture of clarity that I experienced when I worked with the city planners. They've been really helpful in helping us understand what we need to do. Okay, so real quickly, yes, it's unfortunate that we weren't able to be at the Planning Commission, and but that said, we feel like we have some really good things we want to share with you that had we been able to share with the Planning Commission, we anticipate they would have come to you with a recommendation for approval. Big picture, it's already kind of been said that this property, since '83, it's been in non-conforming use of some sort. You saw all the different residentials up there, something in the 2000s I don't even understand, and now mixed residential. But throughout its history, in '93, I went there when it was Body Fitness Center. In '99, I went there to hear the heartbeat of our expecting baby, when it's Dr. Danny M. Hawkins. We went and did the Air Force for 12 years, started focus support, brought it back to Cache Valley. We're in 4 states, but our headquarters is here, currently out in Nibley, and we're excited to bring it to Logan. Somewhere in there, 2012-ish, Robert Harris put a bunch of money into the Body Fitness Center building, and in 2025, I purchased it to make it the headquarters. So, the rezone, big picture, Amy gave us a great overview. Obviously, there's a massive effort underway going over the whole city for the general plan. Logan 2045. And I'm excited to see what they have prepped for all that. And understandably, just looking at those colors that are up on the map, you can kind of see why they want to paint that like red and then blue and then the browns and yellows going across the map up there. But we wanted to highlight that this lot is peculiar, and this is what we intend to bring to the Planning Commission. That this lot has always been commercial, and admittedly they say yes, it should be. They acknowledge that, but recommend it be community commercial. One thing that was missing up there on the slide was that there's actually, but I think Amy actually mentioned it, there's only 7 uses that are permitted by community commission. Everything else is conditional. And there's so many things that are, so many uncertainties when you start a business. We bootstrapped this business starting in 2011. And
Whoops.
And I asked
give him an
respectfully
extra
from the Madam Chair if I could have another 60 seconds.
Yep.
Okay. So the concerns that were expressed were high-intensity uses like car wash and pawn shops and collector streets. I asked you to take a look at the graphic that I just gave you. If you take a look at this picture, the first thing is the economic reality is that no one's going to demolish a $6 million building, buy a $10 million property, demolish a $6 million building to build a car wash. So while academically, if it were a lot, like a plain lot, everything that they said about all the potential uses are true. But I ask you to apply the paradigm of economic realities. I'm dumping in $2.5 million more in this building that's going to preclude it from turning into a muffler shop. The second thing, take a look at the second page, traffic. The city recognizes that this is the current zoning, and I overlay where there's a stoplight. Those stoplights are like a heat map to show you where the current traffic is, where it's growing. The city recognizes that 200 west, north of 800 north, all the way up to about 2,000 north, is a heavily trafficked road. That's why they put a stoplight 400 feet from my property. We're 200 feet from commercial on the east, or 400 feet from 1,000 north. If you zoom out at that big picture and look at all the red, you can kind of see where we're going. So whether you look back at the previous uses that were fully commercial, or you look at our building that exceeds the community commercial standard by almost 100%, I mean, it's almost twice the size of that permitted for allowed. It's hard for me to have confidence that I'm going to get a conditional use permit when I already exceeded by 100%.
Thank you.
I'll keep talking as long as you let me, or I'll answer any questions if you have any.
We'll wait.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this? Bring it back to the council.
I'll kind of go back to our old kind of conversation we frequently have with this, is that once it's zoned that way, it's zoned that way. And I think that's a concern I have. I appreciate the,
She didn't realize the public comment was closed.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, over?
It's over.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, confusion.
that's okay.
I wasn't looking, I was looking at Amy.
You're okay.
Yeah. So that's, I think that just has always been my biggest concern when we're looking at rezones to a higher, to that potential for higher use, because I understand and appreciate that there's economic value in it, but it's just. Oh, okay. The flowers are obstructing my microphone. So yeah, I mean, appreciate some conversation around that topic, because that to me is always the underlying issue with the rezone.
Anybody else?
I think I just have a similar concern to Amy, and I appreciate the extra information from Jonathan. And I don't necessarily think I don't think he's wrong. I just think the concern is 10 years down the road, if it's zoned commercial and someone wants to buy it and do something else, it does open a lot of doors that I think just give us a little bit of pause. Maybe right now it doesn't want to be something else, but it just gives you a little hesitance. Can I ask Jonathan a question? Is that okay with you, or do you want to continue conversation for a bit?
How about, let's continue
Okay.
conversation, then we'll see if we need to do that. Ernesto, you have any thoughts?
I think we all share that same concern, and I just want to point out that Planning Commission did unanimously recommend denial of this specific request.
Yes, they did. And they had a lengthy conversation that was very much geared in the same direction, because what we're tasked with is both preserving neighborhoods and enhancing commercial opportunities. And this particular location is probably ideal to be a community commercial location if you wanted to rezone it to anything. But it functions the way it functions because of history, not because of a
Ideal situation.
intentional decision on the part of the city. But, so did you want to ask him a question?
If you're okay with that, Madam Chair.
Yep, do you want to have him come up?
I'm curious if would accept a community commercial rezone if that was something
Do you want to
that
talk
he
to
felt
him?
like was adequate for what he wanted to do and a compromise on the city's part and his part and could still accomplish his goals.
Yeah, certainly, I would accept a community commercial rezone to solve the immediate problem of getting my fence up to like 7.5 feet, so we're shooting for. Overall, big picture, we just want to be conforming and kind of remove all the back and forth. And
Can I ask you why we're rezoning for a fence?
so.
'Cause you can
Amy,
operate the
well,
way you
maybe if
are
I
right
quoted,
now.
Amy will correct me if I'm quoted. This is interesting, and this kind of goes to why we were wanting to jump to the end. Because we bought the property in July or June and found out it's not zoned commercial. We have to ask for a rezone. And I thought, oh my gosh, so we applied for a rezone. And then we were looking through the regs and we talked to a lawyer and he's like, hey, it's out of the conditional use permit. It's non-conforming, it's existing. You can just stay existing non-conforming. I'm like, oh sweet, we can start work. So we reached out to the director and he agreed and was amenable to us starting. I'm like, awesome. So we have conditional use permit, sweet. And then September or so, or October, we went to get file a permit for the fence. And it was like, and we got the response, well, it's not zoned commercial, so the conditional use permit is for the building, it's not for the property. And so you need to have a rezone so that you can build a fence over 6 foot. And specifically, it was the director can approve the continuation of the non-conforming use, but planners handle fences and they can't change the zone, so you have to get a rezone. And so come October, it's like, well, what's the timeline? Okay, this. We can start the fence at 6 feet, cap it. They actually have a good idea. It goes, hey, build it 6, cap it, and then just add the next 1.5 or 2 feet once you get the commercial. So, okay. But then when we looked at community commercial, we're like, we so do not qualify. Our building's twice the size of that allowed. Our setbacks are nowhere near what, it's not a Beazer lock and key. It's this huge edifice. And so we thought the right thing to do, and honestly our lawyer said, you can't even ask for that. Now I don't know what I can ask for, what I can't ask for, but we asked for commercial because that's what we conform to. And that's what it's always been. And that gives us some assurance that someone down the road won't look and say, dude, you're already so far out of community commercial, we're not going to give that. Or right now, if I wanted to build a shed for my snow removal equipment, I'm going to have to get a conditional use permit of some sort. So every single thing I'm going to come back to, this is just what we've learned while we've been doing the build out. So there's a lot that I'm learning through this whole process. And there's a ton that I know I don't know. But it felt like, hey, let's just do the right thing, which is get the building, or request that the parcel be zoned in accordance with this icon of Logan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I summarize your answer on the first part? You would be okay with the community commercial though at this point?
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. And Amy, if I can ask you a question. Conditional use permits, I have not had the pleasure of sitting on the planning commission like Jeannie. Assuming someone applies for a conditional use permit and they meet all the conditions, then it's granted,
Correct.
right? We
You
can't say no,
refuse
just, yeah.
a conditional use permit, you can just condition the uses.
Yeah.
Condition what they are allowed to do.
Okay. I mean, I won't argue that this long-term, in an undefined amount of time, might end up commercial. I just feel like it's a little bit of a step with the residential so close. And I feel like community commercial in a little bit. And I know the conditional use permits are a hassle and a step to getting things done sometimes. But I also think they do provide some comfort for the neighbors who own a house right next door or lived right next door for decades. Commercial makes me a little hesitant, but I respect Jonathan's business and want to, provide a space for him to be able to conform and run a business here in Logan. And if we
Well,
can do-
he's not non-conforming
Yeah,
now.
I know. But build his fence, build a shed, and, do what he needs to do, and be conforming and not non-conforming legally allowed. I don't know. I'd be much more inclined to community commercial than commercial, is my opinion right now.
Amy, do you have any comments?
With
Oh, Ernesto was going to comment.
the conditional use permit, to this point, we'd have to get one for each change that,
Depends on the change, so the conditional use goes with the land. So as long as it fits within that, they can, if they were to sell it the next, like
The office
Cubex
space.
had it, they can have it, so the conditional use permit's gonna keep going with the building. Now, if they wanted to expand the footprint, our legally existing non-conforming section in the land development code says that they would need to get a conditional use permit to expand the footprint beyond what was allowed in community commercial or whatever zone.
But you would also be you'd have to get a building permit and other things through that process
Correct,
anyway.
yeah. Mhm.
Which it's a little more paperwork, but
Yeah, to expand at all, no matter whether it's
Right.
commercial, they would need a building
right.
permit.
See, and I guess from my perspective, when I look at that, because it is wrapped by
Residential.
housing, it does feel like, I understand if it's commercial, they can just get the permit for it versus having to go through the planning commission to have the neighbors be able to weigh in, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where I lean to
That's the hesitance.
commercial, because then it opens up more dialogue and conversation about that, so.
If it 100% backed up to park and community commercial or commercial already, I would
Yeah,
maybe have a different
differently.
opinion, but being wrapped by the residential just gives me some pause. That's where I'm at.
Do we know what the layout for this in the general plan, like what's the general plan recommending?
For flat.
I know it's a draft still, but
Yeah, we don't have a recommendation necessarily, and we don't know necessarily what we would call it, but it would have
Yeah.
been more like community commercial, whatever name we would have put
To that.
it would be more of a low intensity at this point,
Yeah.
because it's flanked by residential.
which is why it's the MR right now too, because that allows for that lower intensity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a question to Craig? We're debating, I feel like, community commercial versus commercial, but the ordinance is asking for commercial. Do we have to just yes or no the commercial, or what flexibility do we have right now?
We can amend the
The
ordinance.
planning commission would need to
Yeah.
review it as well, so they have to go back.
So we just have to say no and send it back through planning commission.
We can't amend the ordinance?
Where the planning commission has not reviewed community commercial, I say give them a shot at it.
We could amend it, but you're recommending that we send
I'm
it back.
recommending, yeah. This is something we discussed earlier in my office with Mohammed, and we both agreed that the planning commission didn't discuss this and specifically recommended they got to get a chance to look at it.
Even though their conversation recommended it,
Even though their conversation did, but there's nothing.
there's nothing
'cause they're-
official. Okay.
Yes, we think that additional step is prudent.
Well, I feel like that makes our discussion tonight a little easier in my opinion, but
Well, I guess what I was hoping was if we were in favor of community commercial, that it would not, we wouldn't put him through the whole process again and have to apply again and have to do the fee again and all of that stuff.
Because it's a less intensive use, I think you can do that. The recommendation for Mo and I were to go back to planning commission so they'd have an opportunity to discuss and review. But this council, I think, could amend and approve community commercial if that's what the applicant desired.
Okay,
So the recommendation would be to go back, but you could do it.
thank you. I thought we could.
I always appreciate when staff says we recommend this and then do what you want.
Which you do anyway.
Only to my wife, only to my wife.
So what we have in front of us is either accept or deny commercial, or change it to community commercial, if that is what your thoughts are.
If they went back to planning commission, what would be the fastest they could be back here?
Another month?
It would be 6 weeks minimum,
Yeah.
Yeah.
lining up on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
We have to renotice it, so it will take probably 4 to 6 weeks to get back.
Minimum.
Just to-
Probably 7 with the holiday.
Yeah.
So it's probably a lot of meetings.
I feel really bad saying wait 2 months because I'm impatient.
Does anyone want to say something official?
Well, before we say something official, I can't remember since I've been here a time when we've changed a zoning request, like, and chose to vote on a different,
I think we have.
But again, it was a
think
little
that
bit of
was
an
one.
unusual circumstance that the proponent wasn't at the planning commission meeting because of an unusual circumstance.
Otherwise, that
Yeah.
conversation probably would
Yeah,
have
because-
happened.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the planning commission did discuss that community.
So I feel
Well,
like,
in
yeah.
our packet here too, planning commission has a recommended findings for denial of commercial, but they also added a recommended findings for approval of community commercial.
Okay.
And that's,
So I think
they
it does
have 3 or 4
not.
points for each of them. I mean, they said, here's our findings for approving community commercial.
So I don't believe it would have to go back.
I mean, it doesn't have to. He's just recommending for
Yeah, I
due
don't think
process.
they're required to go back because it's a less intensive use.
Okay.
So I would move amendment of ordinance number 25-23 in section 1 for the last sentence to say, are hereby zoned from mixed residential low MR12 to community commercial CC.
We need a second for that amendment.
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion on that amendment? And all in favor, please say aye to the amendment.
Aye. Amendment.
Stop. Now, there's an amended ordinance in front of us. Any of those who wish to put forward a motion to approve or deny, whatever you want to do.
Given I was willing to second the amendment, I will move approval of ordinance 25-23 as amended.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Does anyone have any further comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries as community commercial. Thank you.
Teresa will have to type up something new to sign.
Yep. That'll be
She's
easy.
really fast
Yeah,
at
we'll have
typing.
to adjust the exhibit before it's signed.
Russ.
We'll move now to our second public hearing, and it is some code amendments. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a proposal from Logan City Public Works Department and Community Development Department to add a section of Land Development Code in 17.60 that aligns stormwater fees with state regulation. It's an additional 3 sections of code. It's pretty straightforward. Happy to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. If there is any member of the public who wishes to speak to this, please come forward, state your name, where you live, and take 3 minutes or less. Going once, going twice.
Very exciting.
Bring it back to the council.
I'll move approval of ordinance 25-24.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks, Russ. You can stay seated. Our third public hearing this evening is another code amendment that is related to the Cache Valley Marketplace Planned Development Overlay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is amendment number 2. The applicant has returned. Mitch Holland, representing Woodsonia Valley LLC, is proposing an amendment to the planned development overlay associated with the old Cache Valley Mall. The target area of the
Don't say
project,
target area.
unintended, is
Sorry,
currently
that was
under
pretty good.
construction and is not part of this amendment proposal. So the northern half of the project site, which consists of about 25 acres, is under construction and falls under the previous permit and entitlement. What they are looking to adjust is the lower half, which included the 106-room hotel, which is the L-shaped purple building, and then the 2 multi-family buildings that are yellow, and one is also L-shaped. They are looking to replace the hotel with a mid-box with 2 tenants that total approximately 63,000 square feet. This went through Planning Commission and City Council 2 months ago and was denied based on a number of reasons. One was the hotel, there wasn't enough explanation of why the hotel was being removed. And then also the hotel provided a really good buffer to the multifamily farther east. It was a taller building. It had a 4-sided architecture. And so it was a little bit more compatible for those apartments to the east. The applicant met with various elected officials and heard those concerns and is now back with some adjustments. Along with the compatibility issue, Planning Commission had some design issues with the materials, colors, and articulation of the mid-box. They conditionally approved the amendment 2 months ago, but these drawings have now been updated to reflect those conditions. And so Planning Commission was happy to see those. Although there is one new area that came up, and so they had to look at that and condition that. So let me just go through some of the drawings for everyone. Here's a recent photo, so you can see the target being constructed in the background. The mid-box would be south of the target and in the foreground of this picture as you're looking east. This is looking back west, so this would be the side of the mid-box, and then the multifamily would be on the right-hand side. And then across the street, Cache Valley Boulevard, you have Home Depot that's been there about 25 years. So these 2 photos are side-by-side comparison. The upper one is the original plan development. The lower one is what was proposed 2 months ago. And some of the big concern was this area, again, between the rear loading docks of the mid-box. And the mid-box by nature isn't as attractive as a hotel. It's got a backside. There's a little bit more function on the rear end of a mid-box versus a hotel, and so there's loading docks and ramps and trucks and turning radiuses. And originally they just had some carports here between, and then a small skinny little strip of landscaping. And there were some concerns there about buffering and screening. And so what they've done is they've converted the carports to a solid garage structure, which will sit about 15 feet. And then they've added additional landscaping, so that smaller 4-foot strip has become about an 18 to 20-foot wide strip, and then some additional landscaping up along the bottom level of the mid-box. Again, this was what was shown 2 months ago, so just a lot of kind of concrete loading dock with carports. And so if you compare these two, they've done a pretty good job of trying to separate and buffer these. The gray blocks are the buildings.
So they've added, no, they didn't add the loading dock. It's
So
just-
they've added all of
All that,
this,
okay.
increased its width, and then here is the garage building.
You're saying behind the garage it's 15 to 20 feet of landscaping?
Yeah. And then here are the 2 multifamily.
And
This
we already,
building
and we already
originally-
approved this, the one on the right.
No, we did not.
Didn't we?
They
approve
changed it.
They changed it again?
No,
This-
no, they just, we did not approve that part. We approved the back part. We
I
let
thought,
them.
I thought we approved the one that's
approved
closer to 200 east.
'cause it
Didn't we
was just a
approve
truck,
that
yeah,
so
we
that
did.
they could go ahead with that?
The footprint remained the same. What
Oh, you're
changed is
right.
internally, some of the units went from 2 bedrooms to 1
But we did-
unit.
And you
Because
lost
they
the
had
green
to-
space to
They had
align
to
the
alter it
driveway.
because of the
Of the-
access.
Yeah,
But we
but we
did
did
approve
approve that part.
Yeah, you're
right?
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just the mid-box and the one apartment that we're looking at, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So here's the design of the apartments. The exteriors have not changed other than the L-shaped footprint on the western multifamily. Here's the garage structures, and here's the multifamily, or excuse me, the mid-box design motifs. Because the applicant is still trying to finalize leases, he proposed to the Planning Commission, which is atypical, 3 different design concepts. And then with the hope that once those 3 were approved, then he could finalize those lease agreements. Planning Commission did approve all 3 concepts, but they recommended some improvements to concept 2. So this is concept 1. The top left would be the front facade or the west facade. Top left, or top right is the north facade. And then the bottom right is the south facade, which faces Cache Valley Boulevard. This is the facade that Planning Commission conditioned 2 months ago to look like this. So they originally came in and this was blank. I don't have that, but they didn't have any of those windows or any of the trellis or landscaping on the south side. So Planning Commission was pleased with these design additions. Here's concept 2, and again, there's 2 tenants. There's a north tenant and a south tenant. This shows the north tenant, here's the south tenant. This design retains those side facade improvements, and so it's compliant with those street-facing requirements. But Planning Commission had some issues with this south tenant and the lack of transparency. So on a front facade, you're required 30% transparency, and this one doesn't meet that standard. So if you compare it to concept 1 and look here on the lower left, this one just has much more transparency features. So they conditioned this one to add some features to these areas to get that transparency up. And then concept 3 is kind of a hybrid. They keep concept 2 north tenant, but they totally redesigned south tenant. And this tenant space is compliant. They introduced some new materials, but they meet those transparency. So concept 3 and 1 were approved as proposed. Concept 2 was approved with the conditions of that transparency. And since this is a PDO, it's all wrapped together with a code amendment. And that's why I'm here tonight, because this section of code under 17.27A deals with the Cache Valley Marketplace PDO. And the red shows the amendments. So the first amendment is striking out the hotel and replacing it with a 62,900 square foot mid-box multi-tenant building. And then B makes those adjustments to the multifamily building. So it's the one footprint on the west building, and then it's the changes in overall unit counts. So gross, they ended up about 30 units lower, but most of that was due to internal reconfiguration and then losing that little L-shaped part of the west building.
So you said on C other, that got crossed off and now it says 1. Building G, anyway,
GI.
multiple freestanding accessory.
So this is the garages.
I know, but it
Sorry.
says single level garage structure containing parking stalls. So-
Yeah, so originally they just had the garage on the north area of multifamily.
Right.
And it was tied to a specific number of stalls. Now that we've added those additional garages down below, just for simplicity, I took out that number.
Are they actual garages or parking stalls?
Well, they're both.
Garage structure.
You know, is it like a garage with a door or is
Oh,
it
the
a
garage.
It's a
itself
garage
has
with a door
parking
and
stalls
4
in it.
walls.
I don't know, well, that's.
And a garage door.
And a garage door, so.
Okay, so that was my
One
question.
It's not a
parking
carport.
stall per garage door.
Yeah, it's not a carport.
Yeah, it's a garage,
Okay.
or as they say in England, a carriage.
Oops.
The applicant is here if you'd like to talk to him, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any of me.
Are there any more questions of Russ?
Yeah, I have a question for him. Do we have, I was trying to think just a few minutes ago, do we have multifamily housing anywhere in Logan that is behind a retail center in a similar fashion to this?
There's some behind Al's.
Joanne's, what used to be Joanne's,
Yeah,
and
Joanne's.
L59.
L59.
Yeah, L59 was the first thing that.
What is our-
Up near the Hobby Lobby, we've also have some housing directly west.
What
of
is
that.
our ordinance on lighting on the backside of a big box or mid box or retail if it has
Yeah, so
residential behind it?
in
like that?
general, regardless if it's mid-box, retail, office, we have a lighting code that limits light trespass. You're not supposed to go past your property line, regardless of what's there across the street. It is downcast lighting and what they call concealed source. So the actual edge or the lip of the fixture wraps around the
bulb or
source,
yeah.
bulb, so that as you're a neighbor, you actually don't see the bulb, you see the
Okay.
illuminated ground below. So
I wish they'd do that in some other structures that have just been completed in Utah. Because.
And
So it's a
enforcement is
nice-
by complaint, basically.
it's complaint.
Similar to-
We have light meters. There are certain illuminations that you are allowed.
Between 0.5 and 4
yeah.
foot candle, right here.
Do we use the term night sky
in this?
friendly
I looked
at
for
all?
it in this.
We say dark sky friendly in our
Okay.
code. We also use the term concealed source, downcast. Those are kind of the
Page
buzzwords.
11.
Okay,
Why when I search for lighting does it not?
Yeah.
okay.
Page 11.
Why do I not even have page numbers?
Anything
on that?
else?
Well, like in my PDF, it's page 11. Sorry.
No,
But my
There it is.
lighting.
I looked for it. Just blind. What do we do without you?
You'll survive.
Okay,
I don't have
are you
anything
done
else.
chatting now?
Yes, Madam Chair.
This is a public hearing. If there is any member of the public who wishes to speak to these changes, please come forward, state your name, where you live, and take 3 minutes or less. Mitch, if you'd like to come up first. I don't know if you have anything you want to add, or if we just want to stand there and see if we have any questions.
Depends if you're going to prove it or not. Mitch Nolan, 21160 C Street, Elkhorn, Nebraska. I think the main thing I wanted to come up here and say was just thank Mayor Daines. this is kind of funny timing with this just being your final city council meeting, but I can say we use Mayor Danes as an example on a couple other projects, but this project probably would not have happened without Mayor Danes. So you were an integral part. I do mean that. I'm not trying to suck up to you, but it takes someone that's willing to just kind of take the torch and carry it forward on these kind of projects. There's a ton of moving parts. It was a big project. We were some random guys from Nebraska that nobody knew, so I appreciate that. And the other thing I was just going to say is everybody, staff, the council, really everybody other than Rich and Kirk on the golf course have treated us really nice. So I do want to just thank you as well. So the one thing I wish I could have been here about a month ago during the city council member, I should have been. I did have a conflict that just made me unable to attend. Yeah. So the other piece is in a perfect world, this would have been the original plan that we moved forward with. The original design review permit we submitted when we were at the onset of the project, right? And one of the key pieces that I just want to kind of continue to remind is we didn't have a ton of time with NAMDAR. So the main piece that we needed to nail down on our original design review permit was target, right? That was the key piece. So before we had a lot of our underlying agreements negotiated with Target in terms of permissible building areas, acceptable uses, particularly on this lot, with Target, we had to move our design review permit ahead of that. So by the time those got finalized, this was already approved. I had a month to close with NAMDAR. It was kind of all right, are we going to move forward and just kind of hope the city works with us or not do the project? So my hope is that you do work with us. I think we've got some great users on this lot. I think it's the right use for this piece. I think it's a complementary use for the multifamily and Target. And yeah, we're excited for it. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
You know what my hope would be.
Yes, I do know.
Well, and I've continued to send you articles about problems with NAMDAR-owned malls, so we were grateful to be able to have a wonderful new development, so.
Yeah,
So, does anybody have any questions of Mitch? Okay, we'll let you sit down.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this?
Gail Yost of Logan. I'm just wondering why the hotel went sideways, went away from this, and they didn't try to make it multifamily instead. Maybe even low-income multifamily. We really need more low-income space for families. We don't have enough of that for low-income families. And I was hoping that if something like this changed, we would at least have the ability to alter it to low-income housing, because we really need that low-income housing. And L59 does not give low-income housing. I live near it. I know it's not low-income housing.
So Gail, did you say your name when you started? Good. Okay. I missed that. I was focused on your face. So I do think that I'm going to say something, because I think that Mitch has talked about the viability of the entire project and the conditions that Target creates an ecosystem. And I think that these particular uses are the appropriate uses next to the Target. And that's my personal opinion. And I will open it to anyone else's comments. Are there any other public comments? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the council.
I do agree with you, Jeannie, that commercial use right there is appropriate use next to Target. My concerns that I had a month or so ago have been addressed, so yeah.
You want to make a motion? You can.
I move to approve, unless you guys have comments that you want to.
I was just going to say, my concern, was already talked about, it's just like the profile of the hotel versus the mid-box. And so spent time driving Maine and in that area and looking and just seeing, because it didn't feel as characterful, but when you're on Maine looking, you really can't see because of 8th and Main and the car wash and things like that. So even though it would be nicer to have that variance in height, I appreciate that really from Main Street. That's not going to be a big visual difference. So that's the only comment I had.
Do you have any other comments, or are you just waiting?
Sure, both. I mean, I think we all preferred the hotel, but I know we had a chance to talk with the developer after last time, and it sounds like it's just not really a possibility with requirements for Target, and I think we still prefer it, but I think a lot of the issues I had anyway with the original designs were alleviated with some of the changes, specifically around the buffering between the back of the mid-box and the multifamily, and I think it's an acceptable compromise with where we're at and where their tenants need to be, and I think I don't have any major complaints at this point.
And I'm a renter, so if there's parking garages, maybe Ellen and I will move there when it's done. You never know.
Would you like to make your motion?
Sure. I will move approval of ordinance 25-25.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? I would just like to say these designs are far superior to the ones that we saw the last time.
Yeah, those black and white ones last time were a little rough.
Yeah. So
I disapprove everything that looks like that.
So no more discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're good to go.
Thank you.
We'll move now to our next public hearing, which is for Resolution 25-46, and I'm going to turn the time over to Craig to give us a short review.
Short review is 1992, the Logan County Airport Authority was created. It's an interlocal entity. There are two members of that entity, that's Logan City and Cache County. A short time ago, Cache County approached Logan City asking if the city would be amenable to withdrawing and Cache County running the airport, being the sole member of the airport authorities. Prepared a withdrawal agreement. Cache County has reviewed that and authorized the county executive to approve that. So we're here tonight to ask the city's approval to withdraw from the airport authority.
We still retain some, we retain
Influence?
review, design.
Two board seats.
on the board.
2 seats on the board, but we also retain zoning review and
Planning
hangar
commission.
review.
Yeah,
They don't go to planning commission anymore, but,
Right, that's
yeah.
correct.
And should the county decide they did not want to run the airport anymore, the entire assets of the airport are split 50-50, is that
There's a
correct?
merger clause that causes half the assets to go to Logan City and half to.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of Craig before I open the public hearing?
I know when we talked about this 2 weeks ago, Mayor, you had talked just about some of the pending potential costs, and I think Rich had talked about those too. Can you just refresh those? We have a new crop of people here listening, but I know that there's some significant financial
all here for the airport.
expectations for keeping the airport where it is and bringing it into higher usage. So if you want to share that, that would be great.
Yeah, not long ago, there's a study performed on the airport of all the upgrades that need to happen in the future. And so clearly that's a concern of Logan City putting funds into the airport, not being able to fully recoup the economic benefits because Logan City is just Logan City, whereas Cache County can recoup the benefits of people who live in Dibley, Providence, other locations around the valley. So I think Cache County is best positioned to reap the benefits, and Logan City is part of Cache County. So I think it's a wonderful thing for the city. Also, there is some financial contribution that happened. It was 50-50 split between the city and Cache County, and anytime that happens, Logan City is subject to double taxation. this corrects that. That was a concern of the county, to their credit. And so getting out of that situation is a huge thing for our residents going forward. We're not a partner with Cache County, we are part of Cache County.
Any other questions before I open the public
Can you
hearing?
remind us how did this get initiated, this desire to do this?
This has been something we've spoken of for a long time, many years, when situations would come up regarding funding or other issues. And so it's something Logan City has discussed, wanting to correct, wanting to fix. But it was George Daines who initiated the conversation most recently and said, it's time. And so that's where the conversation came from. Otherwise, I'm sure in the future we would have originated that conversation.
And the interlocal agreement is written such that either party can withdraw with 6 months' notice. He just suggested we go ahead, and as such, the county council has given approval to waive the 6-month waiting period, and we'll just take care of it and have it done by the end of the year. Again, the county's on a calendar year, so they'd like to get that wrapped up.
Any other questions at this
I
point?
think somebody mentioned to me that at some point we had commercial airlines flying into Logan.
We never did. There was a hope that that would happen.
I rode on one. It was there for hardly a minute. It was the scariest airplane ride of my life.
I mean, with the university, they have commercial flight, charter flights that bring in visiting teams.
Yeah.
And again, there are some requirements the airports need to make to have those larger flights. And again, the county's negotiating with the university to come up with an agreement to cover those costs. Again, there was hope that would happen. It just hasn't happened. It would come with a lot of additional costs because then you'd have terminals and security and that sort of thing. And tower. Yeah. So, but again, there's some potential development of hangars and some things out at the airport. And again, having one entity sort of deal with that, I think will be beneficial.
Flying near the Wellsvilles is not any fun. Just gonna say. Anybody else? This is a public hearing. If there is any member of the public that wishes to speak to this, please come forward, state your name, where you live, and take 3 minutes or less.
By the way, I don't know about the rest of the people here, but I have a hard time hearing there. All the sound seems to be going in this direction. But, okay, my name is Ilona Japan, and I live in Logan in the Thrushwood area. And I came here in 1981, and there was commercial service, and it was not associated with the university. It was a private company. And I thought the service was terrible because there were huge gaps between the flights, and you could never get a good connection with your flight in Salt Lake. So I'm in favor of not having it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But Jeannie was right.
She usually is.
I don't know about that.
Well,
My name's Jonathan Schill. I'm in an unincorporated county, but I have hangar A21, that's Alpha 21 at the Logan City Airport. And just a few considerations. I was here at the last meeting, and I recall Councilman Johnson had a sick feeling in his gut about this. And just a few things to consider. Yes, Logan City was paying $100,000 a year, roughly, matching funds with Cache County to have multiple votes on the board. And I think that sick feeling in Councilman Johnson's gut was they were losing a say. So the question is it economically worth it, really? Is a value proposition? Not just that. All this talk about all the millions of dollars we've spent over the past years were principally about making the airport Part 139 so that the Utah State football team could bring in charter jets to fly them out. It was one customer that required these millions of dollars of expenditures. It wasn't for guys like me in Alpha 21 or the preponderance of other users. I imagine that USU is going to get another position on the board when Logan retrogrades its participation from the airport authority. And when that happens, they will gain more and more control over the airport authority, which will allow them to continue to grow. And I'll highlight that I pay tax at a commercial rate for my hangar to the city of Logan for Logan schools. Utah State University does not. And nor in the past did they pay for all those fees where Logan City had to chip in for all these Part 139 expenses. At one point, they stripped away the runway, and took away 4 inches of asphalt, to put back 5 inches of asphalt for Utah State football team. So there is a loss if you step away from the board. Just want to make sure that everyone was aware of that. It's a Logan City decision. I have hanger out the 21, and I appreciate the input that the Logan City people on the board, their Percolate board made.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thanks, John.
So a lot of those costs were paid for by the federal government.
Right, and the capital expenses going forward are based on the master plan, which do benefit the entire airport. And our portion, meaning the airport authority portion, whomever is in that, I mean, that is a match to the FAA. We could never do much of anything out
We
there if
couldn't
we
do
didn't.
5 inches of asphalt by
Right.
ourselves.
So again,
I know that.
But the recently adopted master plan, which has been put together by Lochner/Armstrong, again, if we follow that master plan, there will be additional upgrades to the airport, and there has to be a match to FAA funds. But again, I think we're very focused on now making sure Utah State University does pay their portion. Again, there was discussion about, do we just do away with the Part 139? It was important to the university to continue that, and so they have stepped up and paid a significant
$300,000, right?
close to that, I believe.
Yes.
And then again, I think they're negotiating
Which were the additional costs?
to have an agreement. Yeah, because we would not, we meaning the airport authority at the time, would not have gone forward with those expenses without, you know, the university covering them, because again, it doesn't benefit general aviation.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the council for a discussion and a decision.
I keep wondering why everyone's not here if they're not going to make comments on these agenda items. I'm kidding. Now just look at us.
They're here to support the candidates.
I know why they're here. I mean,
I don't have a sick feeling in my stomach on this one.
I don't either today, but that's because I ate more food this time before I came. I'm learning to eat at 3:30 in the afternoon instead of dinner time. I still have concerns about this. I talked with Craig this afternoon about this briefly again. I still have some concerns about it. I did speak over the last 2 weeks with 3 of our county council members regarding this issue. As I told Craig this afternoon, I'm still slightly uncomfortable with it. I'm less uncomfortable with it after speaking with them. But really my discomfort is a long-term, which there's always a little bit of unknown in your long-term. But I'm less opposed than I was
Your discomfort
2 weeks
is in the
ago.
long term. What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Is it that if the county doesn't step up, that it could disappear?
Not necessarily disappear. I just question whether the county's willing to do what it takes in the long term to make the airport something. I know there's a lot of people who would like to see the airport be commercial flights or something similar. But I don't know if Logan would step up in the long term either. So Rich shakes his head at me.
We can't. We don't have the ability. We're not Cache County. And we've tried to be Cache County in the past in various ways. We tried to do it with garbage. It only succeeded for a while. We did great things. We tried to do it with EMS. We were doing it with 911. We tried to do it with taking care of the fairgrounds and the zoo. We've done it with the theater. I mean, the list is long, but each one of those we've had to pull back as we have become more of the city we should be, which is, Central City of West Valley. We can't fund it all.
And I agree with you. But in your perspective, what of those items have we pulled back on are in a better position now overall than they were when we were involved in them more?
Boy, all of them. All of them.
Okay.
Every last one. In fact, I can't pick one that's in a worse position financially or future-wise.
I would
For
say
the city.
we're in a
For our city, but county-wise, for county residents in general,
No, I think they're all in a better position. EMS, I think we're in a far better position than we ever were because the other cities are stepping up and taking care of their issues. Fairgrounds, I mean, it's taken care of by the county. That's much more appropriate. The zoo is actually doing okay.
That's a nonprofit.
The theater, people have stepped
That's
up.
a nonprofit.
Yeah.
So I think they're all in a better position. Garbage, that's different. They're now realizing how expensive it is and how much local citizens were subsidized.
Yeah.
They meaning people outside of the local city.
Right.
But I think we're in a better position as a city for sure. And I think with this one, we have to trust that the county's going to do the best that they can, of which we're 41%. And clearly, I think they will take care of us as we allow them to be a county.
And I think that 41% is going to go down. I think as the county grows, Logan's population is going to be a smaller and smaller piece of the county population at large. So.
I agree with you.
Any other questions,
That's
comments? Anybody ready to make a motion?
I'll move acceptance of resolution 2546.
Is there a second?
You want to second it, Jeannie?
I can.
You can, technically. I will second resolution 25-46.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. Move now to a budget adjustment. Rich, which is also a public hearing.
A couple items to discuss. A request to appropriate $11,565 for police overtime reimbursements. These are shifts that have been performed by the police department for which we've been reimbursed. And then the last item is a request to appropriate, for which Public Works will comment more, $39,265,437 of capital reserves, along with $10 million of funds by the electric department for their portion of purchasing the existing Public Works building. Public Works can kind of go over this in a little bit more detail so we understand what we're talking about here. So these are all of our capital funds. We feel like it's the most appropriate use of these going forward. It's going to put us in a great position as a city to keep performing all those vital services that the current service center provides.
Any questions before we turn the time over to Paul?
Nope.
Rich?
The floor is yours.
I'm going to ask a question at the last moment.
Oh, jeez.
Roughly how long did it take to save up $39 million?
I'm going to say a long time, but actively for the last 10 years. Actively putting some of those funds away. I will say during the last 6 years, most of those funds were accumulated because of COVID and some of the things that happened there. In 2020, we anticipated that revenues would decrease by 5%, they increased by 10, 15%. In 2021, we didn't believe that that was actually true. I didn't. And so we were very conservative, and we had double-digit growth the next year. Now we started to catch up, but that's where the majority of the fund went. That's where a significant amount of those were generated is during that time. Then, Public Works has set aside every dime they could for, they do make some improvements. Our utility costs would go down. We take those monies and put them into savings. So we've been actively saving for a long time. We knew the service center roof was going to be an issue. Over time, we thought we could save the building. They'll talk about that. We couldn't source
Well, we could, but it would cost as much as the new building.
And we'd have a junky old building.
So
with a nice new roof.
With character.
With character.
Sorry. Thank you, Rich. Back to you now.
Now it's your turn.
All right. Thank you very much, Council. As this item was workshopped 2 weeks ago, there was a request to give a little more background and context to the budget adjustment, and so that's what we're here to do this evening. We've got a few slides to, again, give some background and context of operations and how this affects it. And Sam will take care of that. I will support him.
We want to go over three things. So what is the project we're talking about, why it's needed, and then the budget for it. What is the project? We talk a lot about the service center in the city. This is an aerial image. The top of your screen is 6th North. You see 5th North running through the middle, 10th West on your left, 8th West on your right. So the service center is the brown-orange building on the top. Originally that was built and housed most every city service department. Currently today it houses somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of Public Works fleet. Well, excuse me, it houses 25% to 33% of Public Works fleet, all of Light and Power's fleet, all of Parks and Rec's fleet, and the city shop, which is every department touches every day. It also has some minor office space for some of those departments. The Public Works building on the south left corner of the screen is the yellow. That is 75-ish% of Public Works fleet, as well as 2 of our divisions, the street division and water division. That's about 50 employees. And then the other main building on this campus is the Light and Power Administration building over there in blue. That is just office space, no vehicle storage, because all those vehicles are in the service center. What the project will do is, let's start at the bottom left. The blue building that was Public Works will become Light and Power. This was actually, Light and Power approached us about this. They saw this as an opportunity for them to grow in size in a space that they didn't have. That means that the Light and Power building is now available, and that will become an office space for Parks and Rec. And immediately south of that, we'll build the vehicle storage building for Parks and Rec. And that just leaves Public Works needing a space, which would be, you see the orange squares on the top, that kind of diagram. The diagram is what an idea of the campus, what we're zeroing in on, but an admin space and vehicle storage and the new fleet building for the entire city. So you can see the improvements of this site are limited to kind of that one block with that little Parks and Rec building on the side, but it sets all 3 departments up for the future. Every department is growing into a bigger space that they need to continue their operations.
Is there vehicle storage in the current admin building?
In the green?
No, in the blue.
where
one.
Light and Power's
Yes,
going.
Yeah, where Light and Power's going. Is
Yeah,
there vehicle storage in there?
the big square is where all the vehicles are. The little circle, half circle piece is the office space. So most of that building is vehicle storage.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
So Light and Power is currently using the orange building, but their vehicles will now move to the
Blue building.
The blue
Yep.
building.
Yeah, they're currently in the service center, and they share that space with us. They will move now to their own building.
To their own building. Okay.
A little history on the service center that Rich kind of touched on. It was built in the late 70s, originally housed all city services. Slowly, over the years, those services have broken off. I've had in my office for the last couple of years this master plan that was done in the year 2000. That was the master plan for the service center. There's a couple key lines in that I liked. The need, it's quoted saying, the needs for the service center has increased in the city since construction of the service center. That's absolutely true. Our needs have increased. What I loved about this was we have followed this plan almost to a T over the last 40 years. And everything we've done on this campus is reflected in this plan, and moving forward, we're still following that plan of breaking out from one single building into a single campus concept where each department has their own space to operate as efficiently as possible. So like this plan says, not a single structure, but a single campus. Current conditions, as Rich mentioned, we've got some seismic concerns with this building. It was built well for today, but it's not up to current seismic code. An earthquake would be devastating to this building. This picture here on the right was taken this past week on a random Wednesday walking through the building. You can see we have an ambulance in there, a fire engine, snowplow, vacuum excavation, and pipe cleaner. That picture alone is millions of dollars worth of equipment. And that's just one afternoon on a Wednesday. This building houses tens of millions of dollars of equipment on a daily basis. If it were to come apart during an earthquake, our ability to respond would be severely impacted. So it keeps us up at night. We've applied twice for FEMA brick grants to retrofit this building to be infrastructurally sound. And both times they've come back and said, it's not effective to rehab this building. It's more cost effective to rebuild. And those were in 2020 and 2021 is when we did that. The other big issue with this building is our fleet is just not fitting in it, both quantity and size. You can see here, this is a light and power boom truck. It barely clears under the rafters, and they can't access part of the building. And Light and Power is actually already moving into public works buildings slowly. They've got 2 pieces of equipment now in our building because they simply can't fit in this building through the doors. So we're constantly fighting space, both quantity and dimensionally in this building. Budget, that's why we're here tonight. The total project budget is $54 million. Previously, this council has appropriated $4.7 million. So tonight we're looking for the 39.2 from the general fund and $10 million from the Light and Power fund. The chart on the right, I just wanted to highlight our priority of being fiscally responsible with our dollars. When we hired the architect a year ago, our direction to them was, we do not want this on the cover of Architect Daily magazine. This isn't going to be your capstone project. We need this to be functional and in budget. So they, with our builder and architect, that graphic shows recent similar projects in northern Utah with their dollar per square foot. And right now, Logan City's is one of the biggest, but also one of the cheapest. And we're proud of that. It's not that it won't be a nice campus, but we're very wise, trying to be very wise and economical with our dollars. Any questions?
What is the time frame for this project?
Great question. You'll see this project start to go through Planning Commission in the next couple months. And we're hoping for a spring construction start. And it will probably be a 24 to 30 month construction window to get the whole campus. There'll be a little bit of phasing and moving in phases. So we're still working through that. But hopefully start this spring with 30-ish months of the construction.
And they also are using the construction manager general contractor model where the contractor's already on board. They're working through plans with the architect to try and achieve as much in the way of cost savings as possible. If you recall, we did that with the library, which helped us come up with significant savings. So.
Yep.
Yes, it's been very helpful.
Any other questions?
I appreciate the presentation. I know we've all had a chance to meet with you, and it was good to get a nice little refresher and for the public to be able to see what we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak to this, please come to the podium, state your name, where you live, and take 3 minutes or less.
Hi, I'm Gail Hansen. I live in Logan. And I just can't let $39 million go out the door without saying something.
49.
And the thing I have to say is that I appreciate the deliberate and conversational way that decisions are made in this council. It's not a rubber stamp, and it's not coercive, and this council and this board are dedicated to good government, and I think you'll make a good decision.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gail.
And again, I just would point out that this project has been in the planning phase for 2 years. And again, we'll position the city for 2 of the key departments in the general fund, Public Works, which provides so many services, Parks and Rec, and then of course the electrical fund, which is an enterprise fund. But those 3 really very key departments will be very well positioned for again, another 50 years going forward. So I think it's a really great investment of capital, and we've, again, great long-term fiscal management and planning has allowed us to get there. So it's great teamwork.
And like Rich said in the video, we don't have to bond for things like this when we plan.
Isn't it nice?
That is.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you, but it is nice to not have to bond to build something like this that costs $50 million, which is, there's a lot of zeros on it.
But I will say,
not used to those kind of zeros in my life.
Is there anybody else of the public that wishes to speak to this? Because if not, I'll bring it back to the council and we can continue to talk. And/or put forward a motion.
Well, I'll put for a motion only if I can have a snowplow named after me next year. I'm thinking Avalanche Amy has a really nice ring to it. And so with that stipulation, I will move acceptance of resolution 25-48.
Can I amend Amy's motion and second it? No, I'm teasing. But I know, and we said this 2 weeks ago, I know this is a large amount of money, but I appreciate Public Works and finance departments and all the departments who have worked together to work with us to make sure that we understand it and are comfortable with it, to make sure that they're doing this frugally and fiscally responsibly. And
is that a second?
It is. I did say second.
Okay.
I'm just also saying it's a lot of money, and I just feel like I have to say, like, thank you for taking the time to make sure that we feel comfortable saying yes with this kind of movement. But yeah, I seconded it. Sorry. With Amy's amendment, if she wants it.
Well, all I heard you say was you wanted to change it.
It was a stipulation.
Stipulation. Yes, that is a second for resolution 25.
Okay, is there any other comment?
I wanted to confirm or clarify, I guess. This kind of almost zeros are reserves, right? For these types of projects.
Capital improvements.
Empties are reserves.
It absolutely does.
Just capital reserves. Every fund has reserves that will remain. This is capital reserves.
Yeah, the general fund has reserves. So as far as emergencies are covered, I feel very good about it. However, this is it for us for some time. Now,
For big buildings.
The hope is that interest rates, I mean, depends how you feel about interest rates, but they stay kind of where they are. We're able to earn some interest revenue that will help kind of replenish our reserves in that fund. The building won't be built all in one day, so we'll have that over time, and we'll be able to replenish some of our reserves. But we're not only spending everything we have, we're also spending what we had tagged for next year's capital as part of this resolution. So it's everything.
Well, Public Works is pretty darned important in the grand scheme of things.
I love when our streets are plowed personally, but.
So, any other comments, questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Get your shovels out, boys.
Yeah.
Get to work.
We have one workshop item. Rich, I will turn the time over to you.
So a request to appropriate two items. The first is $5,000 for the fire department for peer support training. This is a grant that we've received. And the second one was also a grant of sorts, but it's 911 funding for $60,126. This is our portion of funds that are retained by the state and then allocated to the different PSAPs, what do they call them? So this is our piece, it's $60,126. We don't budget for grants until we receive them. Part of the reason we don't do that is because this grant last year was $175,000. So we don't bet on what's coming, we don't appropriate it, we don't get ready to spend it until it's nearly in hand. So this is what we received, and I anticipated it being around 65,000, or sorry, about 60,000 pending what happens.
Oh, you mean this might only be part of what we get?
No, this is the total. It's just that we got 175 last year.
Do we know why there's a difference?
Part of it is this is allocated to, the funding that the state has is allocated to all PSAPs that comply with certain requirements and therefore are eligible. Well, the number of those PSAPs who have qualified has gone up.
Oh.
As well as, these are at the discretion of the state, and they may have other needs that I'm unaware of.
Can I ask a question?
But it's lucky that we're not,
You may.
It's appropriate we're not budgeting for these on an annual basis, because otherwise we'd be looking, not only would we be sad that we're only getting 60, we'd be looking for where that other 75 is going to come from.
You have two different numbers. On the agenda, it says 60,126, but on the resolution, it says 60,123. So I'm going to pick you over $3. If we can just make sure that they are matched up, not that $3 matters, but
The
$3
is the
matters.
finance fee that goes back.
Well, get rid of the finance fee,
Goes into golf balls.
equalize it.
Yeah, thank you.
One
I'll find
golf
out which one's correct.
Thank you, sorry. Just want to make sure that they reflect the same number.
Any other questions about that? All right, we're going to move into the reason y'all are here. Other considerations, we have the opportunity, because of the resignation of our future almost to be mayor, Mark Anderson, to fill his seat per state law. I asked Amy Anderson if she would guide that process, so I'm going to take a moment and switch seats with her.
And I'm going to go
Can I switch with Ernesto?
enjoy this from the audience.
Okay. What is it? No. You can't.
I was gonna say, what?
You want to
Just for fun.
Musical chairs?
No, you cannot. Just. Sorry.
I keep telling Amy we're going to miss her, but I don't know if she's going to miss me. It's really put that one in the paper.
All right, so let's just outline, I think, first the process that we're going to follow today. I know the candidates were sent information when they applied to begin with, but I think for all of you here, this is just the way we're going to conduct this. Some of this is dictated by state code, and some of it is up at the discretion of the council, and this is what we've landed on. So we're going to have basically 5 kind of question and answer or comment period. So we're going to start, every candidate has a 3-minute opening statement that they've prepared. Following that, we're going to do 3 rounds of questions, and those will be random and different for every candidate. Since this is not a debate, but really like an interview, we are not doing what you may have been used to when you've gone to candidate forums in the past. And that will be 1.5 minutes for each of those answers. Craig, can we lean on you to time? Thanks. And then we'll end with a common question that's going to be asked of all of the candidates. And again, they'll have 1.5 minutes for that. So buckle in. This on the agenda, this says it's going to take 50 minutes. Obviously, that is not a correct estimation. So what we did to just for you all to know the order, we put the 9 candidates' names into a internet randomizer, and we did 5 sets of names, and those are the order that they're going to follow. So the first set is for the opening statement, the second, third, fourth, and fifth will follow. So just so you know, those were completely randomized.
And nobody has that information.
And
yet.
nobody has that information.
Well, except for us.
Council just got it at the beginning of the meeting. But we're going to rotate asking the questions. So we'll start with Ernesto and we'll move down of each of the candidates when we get to those rounds. And again, just be mindful, you have 1.5 minutes. They'll be doing your answering from the podium so that everybody can hear you. If you want to take notes of the question when it's being asked to you, you're welcome to do that. However, whatever works for you. But any questions before we get started from my fellow council members?
Do we want to move everyone up to the front
Yeah,
row?
so if the 9 of you could please come up to the front, and I'm going to read the order that the opening statements will be made as you come up. So first will be Melissa Daly, then Gail Yost.
Yeah, sitting on the front
Yeah,
row.
sit in the front row.
You can just sit on the front row.
Yeah, just sit in the front row.
You were already there, Gail.
Yeah, the third will be.
Order here or start?
You can sit whatever.
You can sit whatever order you want. And we'll remind you who's coming. So first is
Yeah,
Melissa.
sit wherever you want.
Sit wherever you want. Second is Gail. Third is Scott Mershon. Fourth in the opening will be Paul Rogers. Fifth is Alana Nofziger. Sixth is Craig Maughan. Seventh is Breanne Sparks.
8th is Joshua Molitor, and 9th is Paula Allen. So that's the order for the opening statements. So let's get everybody settled.
Before Melissa starts, can I make 2 comments?
Sure.
Can I just ask the candidates to make sure they're addressing the council? Sometimes people like to get up on the podium and turn and talk to the audience and then turn and talk to us. It's much easier if we can hear you if you're talking to us. I know it's like a common thing people do. They don't know which group to talk to. Please us. I like to be able to hear the answers. So I am listening even when I look like I'm not.
Before we start, how do we make this change?
It's the little lever on the right. And then lift your butt. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So, and I guess the only thing I would say is when we get to those questions, some of the questions are asking about maybe past council decisions or things in the city. If you agree what was done, great. If you have a different idea, share that. But
tear us up.
If you don't take the whole minute and a half, that's fine. It's really up to you to answer these questions in whatever way you feel best. Just please be mindful though when you hear the little chirp, chirp, chirp from Craig, to just, for everybody's sanity, because this could otherwise go really long, to just please be mindful of that time limit. And so if there's any questions from any of you candidates before we get going, I want to make sure you're all comfortable with what we're doing. Yes,
Are you
Brianna?
going to call our names again?
Yes.
Yes.
You didn't memorize the order.
Yes.
And it's a different order for each set of
And it's a different
questions.
order for each set of questions. So when that happens, Brianne, like for example, the first question, Ernesto will say who the person is that's going to answer it, give you all time to come up to the podium, and then we'll ask the question once you're up at the podium. When your minute and a half's done, then we will call the next person's name, they'll come up and we'll ask the next question. You're not a candidate, ma'am.
I have a question about procedure.
Yeah.
Does the minute and a half start right at the end of the question, or when the candidate starts answering it?
Probably at the end of the question.
Can we move that to when they start answering? That way if they need the question restated, we're not.
Okay.
Just for, I know sometimes,
But we're not going to give a minute for people to think about their answer.
No.
So.
No recess in between.
Yeah.
If they need to clarify the question, I think that's fair enough.
Yes, a clarification,
that okay?
clarifying. Who's in charge of this
You are.
today?
I was going to lift you up. You are. You always are.
All right, any other questions?
I just want to make sure
on
they
procedure?
understand the question.
Yes, Scott?
This isn't exactly for procedure, but did you guys turn on the temperature in there?
Nope.
No, the temperature.
We didn't
stayed
touch the
same.
temperature.
Yeah, we're all good.
Just you.
All right. Any other questions before we get rolling? Okay, we're all really nice. There's no right or wrong answers. These are your answers, and we're excited to get to know all of you better. I guess one procedural thing. After we get done with that final question, then the council will have a discussion about what our perceptions are, what we think. We'll weigh in. State law does state that we need to have a public vote at that point in time. If any candidate receives 3 of the votes, we'll be done. If there's 2 and 2 votes, those 2 candidates will probably ask some additional questions of those 2 finalists. If there's a tie, it's kind of weird, but we actually do a coin toss. So if the vote is like 2 and then 1 and 1, we would actually flip a coin between those 1 votes to decide who the second candidate is. So, and that's governed by our state legislature.
You brought one.
Yeah, Craig has a quarter in his pocket specifically for this. So if it does come to that and we start to get into that, don't be alarmed. We're not cheating by flipping a coin.
It has heads and a tail.
Just one coin flip.
One coin flip.
Not 2 out of 3.
Not 2 out of 3. Yeah, not.
We do
2
rock,
out of
paper,
3.
scissors.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's our procedure. So when you're all done, we will have our council will have open public discussion of that. Everything's going to be done here from the podium. So if we're all set.
Before we start.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for applying for this position. I think it's great to see the interest of at least nine individuals in applying for this and serving our community through the city council. So thank you for doing that and for being here.
Mr. Ernesto.
And I will say, Ernesto and I have been in your position. I was appointed my first 2 years, as was Ernesto. So,
And I tried to be appointed and wasn't. So there's hope for those of you who may not walk out of here as the selected candidate, that you still have that opportunity
to run
for office, to serve on committees, et cetera. So
you're saying that I'm the only one who hasn't done this, and this looks terrible?
yeah,
I mean,
you're the only one.
does not look fun.
No.
But thank you for coming.
Thanks for being here. All right, if we're all set, Melissa is our first opening statement.
All right, good evening. As you know, my name is Melissa Daly, and I'm proud to be a lifelong resident of Cache Valley. I grew up in Newton. I graduated from Skyview High School, and I even went to earn my bachelor's degree at Utah State University. So I'm a true Valley girl and lived here my whole life. I got my degree in business information systems, and for the past 22 years, I've called Logan home, a place that I truly love and I'm dedicated to serving. Over the last decade, I've worked to help Logan grow stronger through active community involvement and leadership. I have served as chair of the Woodruff Neighborhood Council, where I helped develop the 10-year neighborhood plan, advocated for safer streets and sidewalks for our students, and made it a priority to listen to both residents and developers when big changes were proposed. I firmly believe that in hearing both sides of an issue before making a decision. Education is also a cornerstone of my service. I have served on every school community council at the schools my children have attended. Currently, I'm the chair of both the Mount Logan Middle School and Logan High School community councils, where we work to ensure that land trust funds are used responsibly and effectively to help all students succeed. I also currently serve as the chair of the Logan City Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. I've been a member of that board for the last 4 years and have been chair, I think I'm on my second year now. Through this role, I've seen firsthand the vital role that recreation, parks, and trails play in our community's health and quality of life. I'm committed to continuing that growth, not just for families, but for individuals and seniors as well. My husband, Lynn, and I are the proud parents of 4 wonderful children and 1 daughter-in-law, ranging in age from 12 to 23. Our 2 oldest and our daughter-in-law are all attending Utah State, and we have a sophomore at Logan High School and a 7th grader at Logan Middle School. I understand the needs of active growing families, and I know how important it is to have a city that supports and serves them well and plans for a responsible future. As you all know, I also ran for the recent city council election, and I came in 3rd by less than 1% of those votes. This, I think, just shows my interest in serving on the council and hoping to continue the ball rolling that city has going right now. I think we're in a good direction, a good momentum, and I hope to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa.
Okay, Gail, you are up next.
I have lived in Logan for 48 years, 46 of them in the house where we still live. I have raised our 4 children, 9 long-term foster kids, and 6 or more short-term, well, foster kids. I think I lost count. Logan is where I live, where I've served my neighbors, invested professional and personal life. I'm very interested in filling the city council vacancy because I feel deeply about the future of the city. In fact, I'm at a point in my life, and most of you will understand if you know Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I'm at that position where Erik Erikson would call it generativity. I am ready to take care of other people and ready to deal with issues that the city needs to deal with. This is not something I'm doing for myself. This is something because I need to give back to others. My professional background is I held a bachelor's degree in special ed, a master's degree in instructional technology, and a PhD in family and human development from the university here, where I was awarded the two top fellowships in the College of Family Life when it still existed. My work is focused on understanding human behavior, communication, and effective problem solving, skills I believe are essential for good governance. Service has been a major part of my life. It started when I watched my mother do service. Even the little things, being a room mother when I was growing up, and she would come and help do things for the classroom. I worked for Bear River Association of Governments for 8 years, and I miss them, but because I left, I was able to get my PhD and work on that. I also recently worked with Cache County. I called all of the council members and I asked them please to save the senior center for us, because we go to the senior center and we know and see all of the things that are necessary for so many people who would be alone. It's not just the food with the lunch. It's needing to be around other people. That's more important than anything. These people are still full of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Thanks, Gail.
Thank you.
Scott, you are up next.
Thank you for being here and for considering me as a candidate for this position. I come to this opportunity wearing several hats and see that as one of my strengths. Professionally, I'm a civil and environmental engineer and project coordinator. My focus is on water resources, river restoration, irrigation systems, and infrastructure projects. In those roles, my job has been to solve complex problems, manage budgets and timelines, coordinate with multiple stakeholders, and make decisions grounded in data, long-term thinking, and practical constraint. That skill set translates naturally to the work of a city council. Beyond my professional life, I am an active community member and volunteer. I volunteered at the William A. Bernard Warming Center, participated in point-in-time counts where you go out and count the homeless population, read with students at the Ellis Elementary, served on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and held leadership roles at my church. These experiences have helped me better understand the wide range of perspectives and challenges that exist in our community, and they've reinforced the importance of listening, collaboration, and compassion in public service. I'm also an avid outdoor enthusiast. That includes biking everywhere, skiing, hiking, climbing, you name it, whitewater kayaking, I love it all. Logan's rivers, mountains, and trails are a big part of why I choose to live here. I care deeply about safe streets, accessible recreation, and thoughtful development that protects natural resources that make the city special while still allowing it to grow responsibly. I try to view city decisions through the lens of how they affect people's everyday lives now, and how they'll affect the lives of people 20, 50, 100 years from now. I finally bring the perspective of a young homeowner and a new parent. My wife and I are raising our daughter here, and that has sharpened my focus on long-term planning, fiscal responsibility, and the kind of community we're building for the next generation, specifically for my daughter. I may be early in my career, but I take this role seriously, and I'm prepared to commit the time and energy it requires. If selected, I would approach this position with humility, curiosity, and a strong work ethic. My focus would be on supporting the council and supporting policies and projects that create safer streets for children and families, protect open space through smart and sustainable development, and maintain responsible and transparent budgeting, while also expanding access to recreational opportunities to improve the quality of life for all of Logan's residents. I'd strive to listen carefully and ask thoughtful questions, and contribute practical, well-reasoned input that helps the council make informed decisions for Logan's long-term success. Thank you for your consideration again.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Thank you.
Paul.
My name's Paul Rogers. I'm a resident of Logan, just a few blocks from here. I'm currently employed at USU, but that's going to change very swiftly. My motive for being here is I just have a passion for civil service. I've spent my entire career working in civil service, as well as I want to make Logan work for everyone, for the citizens. I don't think it always does. I couldn't run for election this fall because I was out of the country. I made that mistake on one other occasion. Amy laughs at me for that. I've come through this process now 3 times, and 1 time in a general election, so you can say all you like about me, but I am persistent. When I ran for election, lost, got the 3rd place position by a similar margin as this year. I'm suggesting, or I've hinted at already, my retirement is about 14 days away, my official retirement, so that will free up some time and probably preclude me leaving the country for some assignments overseas. In terms of my involvement in the city-county government, I've been on the BPAC, that's the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, since its inception, and have seen a lot of different changes there, as well as the RESAB, Renewable Energy and Sustainability Advisory Committee. Been quite involved in our neighborhood council over the years, and I think most of you know I've talked to you personally or written letters. Overall, I've been very engaged for many, many years. As a professional, I am an environmental scientist. I'm a lecturer, an educator, and a researcher with many, many publications. But I think that is a very unique quality that's not currently represented on the committee, on the council, is somebody who's a scientist that's focused on ecological environmental matters. I would challenge folks to find almost any matter that comes up that doesn't have some element of infecting our environment and the people that live in it. So I think that would be a valuable addition. In fact, I'm currently working on a study that's been in process for quite a while, looking at the micro air quality from the curb to the center of the block at many of our elementary schools. And I hope to publish that in the next year. So the way I see it, the decision-making elements of the city council involve citizens' input, evidence, both historical and current, obviously what the budget is, we've heard about that tonight, and then finally interaction and input from the colleagues that would be on the council. I have a long history of this and working in collaborative working groups around the state and around the region. And basically, it's being involved with people with very different perspectives, but eventually reaching resolutions and consensus. So in the end, I think that this is probably my greatest quality, and that's my ability to listen to others and eventually reach some compromise decisions with everybody's input. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Paul. Alana, you're up next.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here and for considering my application for the interim city council seat. The other day, I was talking to a fellow alum of the USU Landscape Architecture Environmental Planning Department, who had a lifelong career working for USU planning, design, and construction. We were discussing the success and failure of some recent design and planning decisions made by several Cache Valley municipalities. During this conversation, he said something to me that I've been contemplating a lot since. He said that early on in his career, as he was changing and improving the campus, he wondered why in the world people had made the design and planning decisions they had. But after a while, he came to understand that people were just doing the best job they could with the information they had at the time. Now, I know I've been a vocal opponent to some of the decisions that have come out of City Hall. Among them, investing our future heavily in fossil fuels, the Canyon Road Pipeline project, the degradation and neglect of the Little Logan River, and the lack of a functional, robust public engagement framework to welcome residents' input and account for their concerns. I also know my recent campaign wasn't particularly well received by some in this chamber. But the thing is, I don't have those opinions to create a problem or to detract from people I disagree with. I'm not opposed for opposition's sake. I have them because I'm operating with different information. And bring them up because I think it's important to have conversations about our shared home and future. which I think all of you do too. From my perspective, failure to have those conversations hobbles Logan City's ability to fully serve the public because there isn't a fair assessment of what's needed. I'm applying for this position because I believe that my unique community connections, education, life experience, socioeconomic class would bring more information to the table, which could be used in collaboration with the skill sets and knowledge of those already on the City Council. My appointment would better equip this body to represent the diverse needs of Logan's community, and I would be glad to work with you to further our collective health, safety, and welfare. I hope you will give me that opportunity. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Alana.
Thank you.
Craig?
Nice to meet you guys. My name's Craig Mon. Mayor Danes, wherever you are out there, thank you, especially for the Costco. And Mayor Anderson and City Council, all eyes are on you to bring a Trader Joe's into the city, so we'll see what you can do. Just by way of introduction, my name is Craig Mon. I've lived in Logan for 7 years. Prior to that, I lived in Boston, and then prior to that, Arkansas. But before that, I was raised in Cache Valley. So I grew up in Mendon, snuck my way into the Logan Library because we couldn't afford a library card, and got use of that. So longtime fan of Logan City, and when we moved back here, Logan was the place we wanted to live. We live in the Lunchroom Park area, and we do have a library card through the proper means now. So by day, I work for Cache Valley Bank. I serve on several committees at the bank. I'm the board secretary. I'm on the credit committee, the alco committee. Most recently, I was voluntold to go down and start a branch for the bank down in Salt Lake. So for the last 5 years, I've been commuting back and forth, which has had an environmental impact, unfortunately. But over the last 2 weeks, I've been coming, I've changed roles and I'm back in Logan more full-time. So for me, it's really important to be involved and serve the community. I have 5 children. I have a job with demands as my children have grown, and I've gotten more capacity to serve. I've stepped into roles in the community. I'm on the Hillcrest Neighborhood Council. I was volunteered as a precinct chair for my precinct, and I'm the district chair now. But I just think it's important to serve, and it's something that, you know, I think we need reasonable people serving in city government so that we can come up with good solutions. I both figuratively and literally applauded the decision that you made earlier as you were working with the developer to help him move along quickly in the rezoning process. I thought that was really reasonable. I think one of the biggest things for me that we face is the cost of housing and how we plan and grow our city so that my children and everyone's children can live here one day. That's probably the biggest priority that animates me, and something that I would be really interested in working on and helping to resolve. So that's a little bit about me. Thank you guys for the time.
Thank you. Thanks, Craig. Brianne.
Good evening, my name is Brianne Sparks, and I am honored to be considered for Logan City Council. While I am not a Logan native, my experiences living in Southern California, Iowa, Idaho, and Salt Lake City have given me a broad perspective and helped me recognize just how truly special Logan is. This city offers something rare: historic charm, a strong sense of community, and neighborhoods where families feel safe and connected. Logan is also a welcoming destination for cultural events and experiences that enrich lives and celebrate diversity. These qualities are why my adult children have relocated here as well, and why we are proud to call Logan home. Our city is not only a place to live, but an example to neighboring communities of how growth can be balanced with values, progress with tradition, and opportunity with belonging. My professional experiences have uniquely prepared me to serve my community and this council. As a high school teacher, I gained a deep understanding of the needs of youth and families. At the University of Utah, I managed academic research and facilitated countless community conversations, where I built skills to navigate challenging discussions, align priorities, and foster consensus among groups with differing perspectives. As the statewide impact manager with the Utah Women in Leadership Project at USU, I strategically lead efforts to strengthen organizational effectiveness, use data and research to develop partnerships and initiatives, and measure collective impact across Utah. My work is always focused on listening, collaboration, and turning data into action. These skills are directly applicable to the important work of this council and to fostering equity-centered decision-making that strengthens our community, protects our heritage, and guides us towards a future that honors both progress and tradition. Logan is at a pivotal moment of growth, and I am committed to ensuring decisions reflect both our historic culture and values while embracing opportunities for the future. I am seeking a seat on this council because I believe that every voice deserves to be heard as we navigate this pivotal moment. I want to be clear. I am not here to bring a personal agenda or receive recognition. If selected, I will bring a strong work ethic, a collaborative spirit, and a dedication to research-based, citizen-focused decision-making. My background in nonprofit management combined with my MBA degree position me to understand the needs of both citizens and business owners, and I have administrative and executive acumen to ensure our efforts are efficient, effective, and impactful. My qualifications lie not only in professional expertise, but in a deep personal commitment to equity, transparency, and collaborative leadership. I am grateful to contribute my experience to this community and council through both analytical and people-centered approaches. Together, I believe we can maintain Logan's heritage while building a future that is sustainable and full of opportunity for all. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and for your service.
Thanks, Brianne. Joshua.
Hi, please allow me to introduce myself. My name's Josh Mulder. I don't know if you guys recognize those lyrics. All right.
I'm old.
Anyway, did anybody bring the silly string? Insider? Nobody? All right. 3 minutes. I'm usually really good at talking up here for 3 minutes. You know, doing a lot of criticism and trying to work on solutions with you guys and things like that. Been doing it for a long time now. I don't know, 4+ years, and then before that, trolling the city online. You know, one of my posts on Facebook back in 2019 got me copied with you, Amy. I think back, I think about 2019, discussing about what we could do with the homeless problem here, and I'm happy to see that there has been, you know, a lot of change, because back when, you know, I come from Logan, been here since 1976, but I've moved in and out of this place, and back then, back in the 80s and 90s, we would, you know, it was a rolling joke about homelessness in Logan. We would just give them a bus ticket dog, and I think that, you know, I remember discussing that with you, and it was real, but it was, you know, a rolling joke back then. I'm very happy to see that we, you know, we have come a long ways with helping our homeless situation. Never would I have ever believed that I would ever be, you know, going out and counting people, homeless people, trying to, you know, see how many are out there. I never would have thought that would happen here. And, but it was actually fun to take part of the pit, and I will be doing it again this year. So, let's see. I have been very critical of the development that's been going on, because Logan is special to me. Even though I have lived, you know, I've lived in remote sites in Alaska, you know, working. And I've been, lived in Hawaii and in California. And I've been able to see a broad spectrum of different communities and the way, way towns and cities work. And that's something that I would like to bring to the city council, is my experience of living all over the Western U.S. I would like to see more diversity in the city council. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Josh.
And Paula, our last one for opening statement.
With the last name of Allen, I fully expected to be first. Never did I imagine I'd be last, and what I moved to follow. You guys have a hard decision to make. But I have put in a lot of thought of what I want to say today. Like some people here have said, I am critical of things I see happening within the city, decisions I see the council make. And I don't want to say anything to offend you or anybody else. I tend to do that a lot, though. I'm good at it. Because I think it, I say it. But as I considered what I wanted to say, I remembered a conversation in high school. My friend gave me the advice, or he said, the truth hurts. So here it is. My concern is this last election, we lost by 1%. 1% of 37% of our elected, or of our registered voters. Where are our other 63? Why are they not speaking up, and how do we get them to come? How do we get them active in our community? I was born in Ogden, but I grew up in the Seattle, Washington area. Thank heavens I chose to follow my parents when they moved back to Utah. Because what I seen going on there, when I was back there last time, the elementary school my daughter attended, talk about 8-foot fences, the entire thing. You could not pull into the parking lot of this elementary school, and it was the best elementary school in the state. I don't want that to happen here, but I live in the Adams neighborhood. I live up the street from Logan Middle School. Jeannie, I know I've talked to you about it. I talked to Mayor Anderson about it, or I'm sorry, Mayor Daines about it. And this past year, I don't know what was done, but wow, was it improved. We have had riots in front of my house across the street. We have had multiple police lined up down the street because of these middle schoolers, which blows my mind at that young age. And these are the issues I want to address. How can we fix it? What can we give these kids to do instead of riding the Connect CBTE bus around all day? My husband is a retired bus driver. He's seen a lot. We have a very good friend that's still driving. They have to bring in extra dispatchers to try and control the middle schoolers from rioting and fighting. I've talked to managers at Smith's Marketplace. On Wednesday, they have a late start. The employees are overwhelmed trying to keep an eye on these kids from stealing. 2 weeks ago, they had 2 13-year-old girls steal alcohol. They got caught at school with the alcohol in their thermos. That scares me. I don't know about you, but do you know what happens to young children that start drinking at that young age? They're going to end up as alcoholics. They're going to end up as the homeless. These are issues we need to address. These are the issues I want to address, and that's why I'm here.
Thanks, Paula.
Thank you, Paula.
I've already taken a lot of notes. My hand's getting tired.
We've just started.
It is going to be challenging.
Yeah, it is going to be challenging. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your opening statements. Helps us to learn a lot about you. And also for people in the audience, I forgot to mention that when people did apply, they did submit answers and things like that. So we do have some initial information from the candidates as well. All right, we will move on to our first round of questioning. Just a reminder, it's a minute and a half, 90 seconds. So we know that's not a lot of time to give a comprehensive answer, but I think this is kind of just an opportunity for us to get a feel of who you are, how you think, etc. So Ernesto's going to ask our first question and identify who it is for.
Alana, this question will be for you. Do you want to come up to the podium? On occasion, meetings will deal with contentious issues that have merit on both sides. How would you approach a decision on an issue that is both time-sensitive and contentious?
I I guess it depends on the issue, to be honest. I think that for me, approaching issues like that, any contentious issue, it's really important to have as much information as possible and as many perspectives as possible. So again, you're making more of a holistic decision. And while there's trade-offs for everything, you know, I think it's important to be really intentional about what those trade-offs are. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alana.
All right, Brianne, you have our next question. Some people in our community say we have traffic problems. What do you think? How would you mitigate those concerns or change the situation?
I might agree with those people that say that. Sometimes as I come from a large city to, you know, the first couple of years I was like, oh, there's no traffic, it's so nice. And now I see the problems that we're facing and how to navigate that is a challenge, because there are linear pathways throughout the city, but there aren't as many lights, they're not safe. And so I think working with identifying time studies of when and where these congestion points are happening, and then having interviews, conversations with people to understand how that impacts their daily commute, if you will, or drive home. And so I think you have to understand the problem before you can find a solution. So I would work to kind of address that and then see what would be possible.
Craig, next question's for you. If you could change an area in our zoning code, what would it be and why?
That's a great question. So I don't have the zoning code memorized, so I'm just going to have to generalize a little bit. I think, so in terms of the zoning code, I think more high density would be one of the factors that would allow us to bring more affordable housing into Logan. One of the things in particular would be condos, which allow people to purchase and start building equity in that. So that would be one area that I would try to bring more of, and also townhomes. Within Logan, you know, one of the unique things about Logan is that we have a lot of large lots, especially on the west side. There isn't I don't have off the cuff a great solution for how to utilize that land, but being able to make smaller plots of land to allow families to build homes on, I think would be something that I would look at. Generally, just in speaking about zoning and development, one other thing that I would try and do is follow the example of New Rochelle, New York, which implemented a really unique development strategy where they created a plan and they essentially stuck to the plan and gave themselves a 90-day limit to allow the process to move faster. They built a lot of consensus around that plan coming into it, which allowed them to move fast. That's what I would do.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
Paul, this question is for you.
There's some people wishing they got somebody else's question.
Of course there are.
But they're all randomized.
That's not how it works, right?
Yep, it's just random.
Okay, fire away.
Paul, what do you think is the most important role that city council members hold?
The most important role, I think, is to provide for a healthy and safe future. I think sometimes we are a little short-sighted in that, in my opinion. And the biggest role within that, and it does go back to a previous question, is the really near capacity of traffic here. I would say we're in a crisis stage, personally. And so for city council to assert themselves, and sometimes to assert themselves in front of other cities in the valley, to take leadership. We are the biggest city, and I think we should take leadership. In the past, sometimes we've deferred to the rest of the county, I think, when we really needed to take leadership. So leadership and addressing, I guess that's two things, and addressing the traffic issue
I have a lot more ideas on that, but I think we're short of time, so I'll just leave it there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Josh? How would you involve residents in the decision-making process in our city?
I think that social media is a good way to do it. I think social media is a really good way to do that. A lot of times when I come up here, and I speak for you guys, I'm actually echoing a lot of things that people come and talk to me about. And a lot of that does come from social media, but a lot of it comes from going around and a lot of with the business that I do I don't know, getting out on foot, that's kind of hard to do. I think it would, we now have a pretty cool city center, the Center Street. I think that would be a good way to involve people, whether it's through, flyers or, just getting out and talking to people during events. It's a great place now. That and, the Lob Center, I think bulletins, I think through there would be a great idea. I know I'm missing something. Something in my brain says you're missing something really important, but oh well.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Josh.
Melissa? How would you ensure that the needs of all citizens are represented on the council?
I think a lot of that comes to diversity in who we are and where we live and demographics as well. And so I like having people from all parts of the city because you have an experience no matter where you live in this city. I'm on the west side, and so we have a different view of people who might live up on Cliffside, or people who live on the island, and things like that. And so I think, again, as far as being a council member, when you're over a certain neighborhood, you actually are involved in that neighborhood and know what's happening, even though you don't live there as well. That helps. Thanks.
Paula, the next one's for you. What do you see as the role of the City Council in promoting housing affordability?
That's a good question. It's a tough question. I believe that we are not a capitalist nation, nor should we be a capitalist city. I think when the government gets overly involved in our economy, we run into problems. But I do think, now this is coming, I was a single mom in Washington State. I lived with my parents until my daughter was 13 years old because there was no way I could afford to move out on my own. And the places that I could have moved to were drug infested. It was when I moved to Utah. So I think we need to have the Bear River grants that we have, helping people afford these things. I think we need to have job development, make sure there's jobs, and I think we need to take a really good look at, do we really want this complex coming in, and look at the rent and who we're giving, these buildings to, who we're giving. Yeah, this company can build. They can build their great big apartment and charge $3,000 a month, or this. We need to be more particular, and I think that's where it comes. We need to look at we have this many low-income people that can't afford this kind of rent that is the majority of our city. So we need to start saying, no, we need lower.
Thank you, Paula.
Gail.
I'm here.
How do you stay informed about current events and issues affecting Logan?
Well, for one, we listen to the radio. We also have a newspaper. And we talk to the neighbors in the neighborhood. Our neighborhood is pretty big, has lots of different areas in it. And I am the vice chair of the Wilson neighborhood. So I have access to talking to a lot of people. And I'm always willing to talk. But I think we need to ask lots of people, or they need to ask us. We need to be open and available to lots of people. And if they know I'm available, they will come and talk to me. Because if they've had any interaction with me, they know I will listen. I am one of those people, I just think it's important to be involved, to give of myself, and that means paying attention to what's going on. And if I don't like what I'm hearing, because I have been on the Homeless Council, I can dig in and try to do something that will make it a little bit better. And I miss being on the Homeless Council, but that started when my husband was ill, so sorry. Thanks, Gail.
Scott. What neighborhood do you live in? Why? Where are your favorite places to spend time in our town?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm like, glad I got that one. I live in the Ellis neighborhood, kind of by the Cache County Fairgrounds. And I know there's some talk of the fairgrounds earlier today in this meeting, and that's one of the places my wife and I love to go, hang out in the fairgrounds. It's a beautiful park. Same with Willow Park and those areas as well. Yeah, the reason we moved there is there's a really cheap house. So that was the one thing that we could afford. Very small, but it works. We're happy with it. It's a beautiful area. And other places we like to go, we're close to downtown, so we're always in downtown, and that connects us with other parts of the city and seeing what's going on, and we like to be involved in all the activities that are happening, and then we'll go up the canyon and enjoy Logan Canyon as well. And there's a lot that Logan has to offer, and I feel really grateful and lucky to live where I do. I feel like we live in the best place in the best city on earth, and I wouldn't want to move anywhere else. And that's probably how I'd answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we made it through round one. If anyone needs to stand up, take a breath, etc., feel free to. I know it's a little bit stressful. All right, we'll start our second round. And again, I should just point out, the questions were developed by the council. We just all kind of threw our heads in. A lot of these we already used when Ernesto was appointed, so they're not new questions. But
they are randomized.
But they are randomized, yep. All right, Paula, you're the first person for round two. What would you do differently, if anything, to address housing other than the approach the current council and administration have taken?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?
What would you do differently, if anything, to address housing other than the approach the current council and administration have taken? So what would you do differently as it relates to housing?
Well, I am in a very unique, and thanks to my husband's foresight, very blessed position that we live in a house that is bought and paid for. However, we do pay approximately $200 a month rent, property tax. That is my first thing. I have issues with the fact that we cannot truly own our own land, even though we're guaranteed that in the Constitution. I know Logan City does a lot to keep that down. But I'll tell you what, it hurts. When you're low income, my husband is retired. I have not worked since 2013. We are empty nesters. But that property tax can hurt. And we need to keep it low. I don't even know how a property tax is spent. And we need to do that. just need to work with our landlords. We've got a lot of renters around us. They don't take care of the property. We have vacant houses. And other than approaching, I don't know what even the city council can do to get these property owners to rent their homes out. We have one that just, it's in a trust and the family can't decide what to do with it, so it sits there empty. Well, meanwhile, rent it out and make some money off it at least. And so I think we just need to talk to the property owners and say, look, here's the situation. This is the community you're living in. This is what we need to do.
Thanks, Paula.
Joshua. What do you believe are the core responsibilities for someone serving on the city council?
Core responsibilities. I would say listen, because representation, I believe, is one of the most important. Actually, I think representation is the most important part of our government, even past the executive. Listen. I don't believe that, well, I think that whenever a representative makes that statement of I believe, or actually even puts the word I in a lot of the decision making, they are losing what is important about representation, and that is representing your people. Sorry, just had a hiccup of the brain. Yeah, that's sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I think that that's what it is, listening to your people, because you work for them. They are the boss. The little pamphlet, you can get that little pamphlet or that piece of paper where it shows, the government and, the mayor's office, people, and, the representative branch, and the people, they're right there at the very beginning. So.
Thank you, Josh.
Alana. What qualities do you possess that you believe would make you a successful council person?
I think that I am able to identify my own biases and also am practiced at staying emotionally regulated, and that's a good place to approach decision making and conflict from.
Thank you, Alana.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brianne? What is the best way to approach controversial or complicated zoning decisions?
That is an excellent question. I saw that in action this evening, and I learned a lot, and look forward to the opportunity to learn more. I think that there's always a challenge, and I think Logan is facing that right now as we are needing more space and more development. How and where does that go, and what does that look like as far as zoning, because zoning has existed for over 60, 75 years, something like that. Anyhow, I think that it's important to consider the impact on the surrounding areas as well as traffic. I do think when you shift from residential to commercial, I think that adjusts the traffic flow throughout the city, and even perhaps there's a way to adjust zoning to help with the traffic situation. I'm not sure about that. But I think that it takes a lot of information to make those decisions, and considering the long-term impact is also important, because when you set a precedent for shifting or changing something, that can impact other things that are proposed later on.
Thank you.
just didn't know it was happening.
Yeah, okay. Paul, you're next. So what is your understanding of the role a city council member plays in promoting economic development?
Economic development. Well, I think historically we maybe played too strong a role in there and didn't balance that with the needs of the citizens. However, I think the city can facilitate economic development, but it has to be in such a way that it considers a future where we reduce traffic, we reduce pollution. We do this in a smart growth fashion. So as much as that can be dense, just like our new housing, that's the direction that I would head. Of course, I would do such a thing in collaboration with the colleagues on board. It's not, none of the city council efforts are a one-person charge, right? Is we have to understand each other, we have to take the evidence, we have to take the budget, we have to put all these things together. However, that's the direction I would lean is if we're going to promote economic development, I think it's time for Logan to call the shots and do that on our terms. Ones that are sustainable and have some innovative ideas there, but we have to watch out for ourselves. I think often we've been too much, lit up by the dollar signs that this might bring to the valley or to the city, and not so much in the long-term impacts that these things might have. So where do we put that development? What about the density of it? How might we capitalize on new buildings like box stores? What if every box store was required to lease some of that land for solar panels on the roof, for example? We can do these things in such a way that they're win-win, but we shouldn't just follow the lead of the economic interests.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Melissa. City council requires a significant time commitment, usually 4 to 6 meetings a month for council meetings and board and commissions, as well as reading prep prior to the meeting. How will this fit into your other commitments?
I think I'm pretty fortunate right now to not have a job. My kids call me a professional volunteer because that's what I do, is volunteer for everything. So I really have a lot of time during the day that I can spend on things like that. My kids are very active and busy with sports and other commitments and things like that, but I have a supportive husband that will help, get them to the places they need to go, and I would be dedicated to the job to do the things necessary to make it happen. So.
Thank you.
Gail.
Hello.
What do you believe the role of the city council is in our community?
The role of the city council is to make sure that they listen to the people and they find solutions to some of the problems. We've heard some of the problems tonight. That they are willing to talk together to look for those solutions. And that they are willing to sometimes say, that's a better idea than somebody else proposes. Or, that's something I hadn't thought about before. I've worked with lots of colleagues in school and in different committees, and you have to be willing to give some and then ask for some back. It has to be a give and take. If we can't get along together, we're in the wrong business. We should be able to take care of each other as well as take care of the issues. It's all about making sure that we take care of people, and that includes one another. We have to take care of people first. Otherwise, nothing works. Thank you.
Craig, what is your approach to handling controversial and complicated issues?
Just dive right in. There isn't an easy way. So I spend a lot of time negotiating with
customers and business partners. And it's hard. It's just hard. People have different opinions. People have different objectives. And the best you can do is get in and engage with them. And so that means having hard conversations, and that means trying to come up with solutions that work for both sides. In a perfect world, neither side has to give up anything they want. That's not the world we live in. And so generally what happens is each side has to make a concession. Sometimes there's a third way that no one's considered, and those are the best types of solutions. But you can't always find those. And so I think what I try and do is assume the best, that the other person is working from a place of honesty, a place of sincerity, and I try and convey that I'm doing the same thing, and then you just try and work through it. Try and keep a good relationship with them while you're doing it. It's especially hard when you're dealing with multiple people on the other side of the table, not just one person. But it's still the same process that you do. So that's how I handle it.
Thank you.
Scott? So what skills and experience do you have that you believe would be beneficial to you as a council member?
My experience going and doing my education in civil and environmental engineering, working on engineering projects, then transitioning to project management, all gives me skills and talents working with budgets, timelines, reviewing important technical documents that are all necessary in a city council position. You guys have a lot of information coming at you, and it's important to be able to have a diverse background to be able to understand various parties and the different moving figures. And my background is diverse in that way, on the technical side and on a community-driven side through my volunteer experience and through my hobbies and other interests. That is how I answer that question. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Scott. All right, we're at the last round 3 of the random questions before you all answer the same one. So
Halfway. Ish.
a little bit more than halfway. I'd say
Halfway.
3/4.
Round down, it'll feel better.
So go ahead.
Joshua, you get me again. Do you think our main street and downtown is healthy and successful? What would you do to change it or to maintain it?
I don't think it's healthy at all. I think we have too much conglomerate ownership of businesses down on Logan, down on Main Street. I mean, I come from a different time of Logan's Main Street, and I've seen it turn into, I've seen it, change dramatically, and I don't think it's been for the better of Logan. Change it, I think that really hard because property right now is so expensive, and it would be nice to see more businesses down there, more diverse businesses, more locally owned diverse businesses. I have a hard time looking at a Starbucks right next to a small chain that out of Ogden, the grounds, and the competitiveness, Starbucks versus this little local place. I would try to rein back the corporate chains that have infected Main Street, because it takes away from a lot of our revenue, which we should be recycling through our smaller businesses, back into our community. So,
thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Gail?
It's like Russian roulette out there.
If you received a $1 million grant to use for the city any way you wanted, what would you do with it and why?
I'd probably make a good community center that was just for the people, especially for the youth, because they don't always have a good place to hang out and to work with each other, to learn some skills and doing their homework. Community centers, we have the Whittier Center, but it's not very well used. We need a place that all of the people of the city can access. All of the people can talk to each other. We need a center, not just a little bit here and a little bit there. The library, it works as a good center, but it isn't the same thing as a community center. And I'd like to see more people interacting and exchanging ideas and helping the youth, especially because I see real problems with a lot of the youth. I raised 4 of my own kids, and they're all adults. In fact, I've been a grandmother several times. I want to see that the children have a future, that the youth have a future and are thinking about it. And that's...
Alana? Describe your experience working with different stakeholders, such as businesses, community organizations, and residents.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that most of that experience comes from my professional life as a farmer before this. I worked for a long time at the farmer's market and was kind of the right-hand man of that business, so I was interacting with customers and going throughout the state, selling produce from the farm, filling orders, things like that. I guess more recently I have in my education a lot of student experience and learning experience collaborating with stakeholders on bigger projects, redesigns of public spaces and community spaces. So those are probably my 2 main points of experience, collaborating with stakeholders. I guess also on my recent campaign, I did a lot of collaborating with volunteers and residents.
Thank you.
Craig? I don't know, you may have gotten lucky with this one.
Okay.
Can you share your experience and understanding of budgeting?
Oh, easy. Yes.
Again, these are
Sorry.
random.
Yeah, so my undergrad is in finance. I studied over 2,000 hours to get the CFA designation, which is Chartered Financial Analyst. That has 3, I'll just expound a little bit on it so you guys know what it is. It has 3 levels. The first level has like a 30% pass rate, second a 40% pass rate, and the third has a 50% pass rate. So it's a pretty rigorous exam. So I have, in addition to that, day in and day out, I work with small business owners, financial statements. I understand income statements and balance sheets. I've looked a little bit at government budgets. I think they follow a very similar format, so I don't think it would be a difficult thing for me. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thanks, Craig.
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
You got all distracted?
No, I'm just used to the chair running. Maybe. Paula. You get me again as well. What previous civic and/or community involvement have you had in Logan or another community?
Well, in Logan, I did do 1 term with our Logan Light and Power on the board, and I found that to be very educational. Previous to that, Washington State, I was very active in the PTA. We moved to Utah and I registered my daughter for school. and then immediately said, who do I talk to join the PTA? And got a very blank stare and said, we don't do that here. I was heartbroken because PTA in Washington State is amazing and they make a huge difference. I served in the PTA, I served starting, I don't even know how I got asked to do this, but as the legislative representative for the elementary school my daughter attended. That's where I became so interested in government. It was amazing. They had the PTA wanted to pass a state law stating that they would have sidewalks within a mile of every single school in the state. They've been trying to get this passed by state law for many years and failed. And it landed in my lap. So I went to the state convention, I held a caucus and talked to everybody that came to the caucus. We made a plan. Just in brief, I finally got it passed. So.
Thank you, Paula.
Scott, what do you think are the most important qualities of an effective leader?
I think that the most important qualities would be humility. You know, there's someone that always knows more than you, and thinking otherwise is not very humble, for one thing. So humility would be very key to any leadership position. The ability and desire to listen to diverse backgrounds and people that maybe don't share the same opinion as you is also key. Another important quality would be collaboration. Cities aren't run or made by one person. City council and any leadership position is working with other people. You can't work alone and accomplish very much. And so collaboration would be key to any leader. Will you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. What do you think are the most important qualities of an effective leader?
Yeah, I think, like I had mentioned before, humility, collaboration, and active listening would be the most important qualities in a leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa, what inspired you to submit your name for city council?
The long story is being on the Parks and Rec board. I was part of the decision process when, the city, I don't know what you call it, but it went over to the school district, and the city is trying to depend on the county and having them, step forward on a rec center possibility. Being on that board, I didn't see that as a great solution at the moment, and so I reached out to everybody in the county, all the mayors, all the rec managers, and said we need to start talking about this and see where it's headed. And so because of that, the feasibility study came about, and that was conducted here in the county, and it just got me interested, in the process. I mean, I've been on the neighborhood council and community councils at the school. I have a good relationship with the school district and everything there. I really want to see communication happen, and I want to see a development or process happen of a rec center possibly coming about, whether it be at the city level or county level or multi-city level. And so that's really what pushed me to hopefully get a title behind my name besides a volunteer mom to hopefully push that process forward.
Thank you.
Brianne. Based on what you know about city government, what do you see as top priorities for Logan City?
I think a lot of people have a lot of different views as far as what they would label as the top priority. I think all of those center around the concept of how do we navigate growth, because that's what's happening. My own children have moved here because it's more affordable and it offers a lifestyle that's not available in many cities across Utah. So we're going to continue to see young families want to live here and to be part of the wonderful communities that we have. And so how are we going to navigate that? And I think the growth concept is what impacts our traffic, it impacts our zoning, it impacts housing and everything from there. So I think navigating that is a challenge, and where do you start and how do you address that? I think with so much sometimes contentious disagreement as far as is growth good, is growth bad, doesn't really matter, it's happening. And so how are we going to navigate this in a way that preserves what's important to the people that live here and what's of value to the people that want to live here?
Thank you. Last one, Paula. Been hanging out for this one. What do you see as the greatest challenge for Logan City in the next 5 years?
I love that question. But I want to take 10 seconds to say that I'm so proud to be among these people that are willing to put themselves out there. It's not an easy thing to do. The biggest challenge for the next 5 years is the same one as I think for the next 50 years, and that's to live sustainably within this community. And I think we're on a trajectory where we're not doing that. There's been a lot of wonderful improvements to our downtown, thanks to to Mayor Daines and the work of this council. But we're on an unsustainable trajectory. So the biggest challenge is to start getting ourselves on a path to reducing that traffic. I know it's tough because we've got to work closely with the county. It's at an epidemic level. It's causing air pollution. We're not taking serious stabs at improving our air pollution, neither locally or statewide, and that's critical. So instituting better mass transit, beginning bonding now for something that we'll have to do eventually that's going to be super expensive. I saw the trade-offs, and I saw this other proposal that seems like it's underway for $39, $40, $50 million. We're going to have to think big and be bold, and that's what I'd like to see get initiated in the next 5 years. If we could just magically make that trolley system come back that was here 100 years ago, that would be invaluable. And those people sacrificed at that time, and I think we're capable of doing that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
We will take a stand-up break.
Yeah, I'll stand up for just a second.
Oh, I'm okay with that.
We've been sitting for a long time.
Yeah.
Can we institute mid-council break yoga sessions or something? Seriously.
We all okay with this as a question?
I'm okay with that.
I feel like I've been doing this all day. Yeah, I do.
What seat is more comfortable, Holly?
I almost swapped out one of the other two that I suggested, but I was thinking maybe we could, but no, I think we'll.
Craig's watching golf game over there.
It was tough, that's why.
Sorry to interrupt. I just had a question on the order this evening in terms of public comment. I know it's been sort of changed around.
Oh, for the open?
Open public
Yeah, we're
comment.
going to do that after we're done.
With the interview of, okay, all right, very good.
If for whatever reason you could email us as well.
Yeah, well, thought I would address the council this evening. Just it's timely, I suppose, subject matter. So I guess
We'll try not to be too long.
Yeah, I know you're all.
We
trying
just
to fit
didn't
in
want
the
a
next
ton of comment regarding this before we addressed it. I think that's why we moved it.
Yeah, sure. No.
Normally it's at the beginning of the meeting.
I know this isn't normal. You have.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Appreciate your patience.
All right, from the bang. Good?
Yep.
Right. If we could come back to order, please. Thank you for the break.
No, you got the end of the meeting.
What?
You got the end of the meeting.
Doesn't go back to Jean?
Are we going to swap seats for that tonight? I'm going to hang it for you. If we can have everyone take their seats again, please.
We need to finish. Hello, let's continue, everyone.
You're going to be a
I'll bang it for you.
aggressive guy next.
Sorry, it's yours, but it's behind your computer. That was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Can I have that next week?
So Mike is practicing for January, I think, with the guy.
Shut up and sit down. Not really. I'm sorry.
Padding.
I've already missed bedtime stories, so it's fine. We can stay till 10.
All right, so we're going to end this with a single question that everybody gets to answer. And the question is, what one thing do you hope to accomplish as a council member? So I'll repeat that again. What one thing do you hope to accomplish as a council member? And again, another random order. So Paul, you're actually first on this one.
Okay. I think you've heard about my priorities, but I think going in a different direction a little bit is to unite the community around a sustainable future. And I think that one thing that we can improve on is perhaps creating really compelling narratives. I'm not suggesting that we group write something, but with the help of other city employees, to get us all to agree, at least in a rough sense. Of course, we have such diversity, we're not going to completely agree, that we need to go in a direction that's going to sustain us all. And I think we have troubles with that, and it's a difficult task, but to create some compelling narratives. For example, people do not understand what smart growth and density means. There's still quite a few people who are under the illusion that density means higher crime. And that's just not true. It means a much more sustainable lifestyle. So if we could, as a community, as a city council, create that narrative and impart it and at least get a larger percentage of our population to buy into that, I think we'd be in a good, good stead. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you. Joshua, you're next.
I would say fame. No, just kidding. I think preservation. I think preservation of not just Logan, but preservation of as far out as we can reach. Natural preservation of what we still have left. And I've grown up here, since '76, and I can still remember going to Willow Park, at 5 years old, and just how natural Logan was back then. Even as a teenager, going to South Campus, I can still remember just how natural it was. Our canals, even if they serve a very small purpose, in the outcome, there's something about Logan that keeps drawing me back, and it is because that's where some of my fondest memories come from, of this place, pivotal moments in my life. And I want other people in our community to be able to have, have their own experiences. And, I think preserving the things that we have left, yeah.
Thanks, Josh. All right, I'll repeat the question a couple times too. So what one thing do you hope to accomplish as a council member? Scott, you're next.
I've never played Russian roulette, but now I kind of feel like I have. if there was one thing I could do in this short time, it would be to improve the safety of our streets. And that comes with a lot of different things, and there's a lot of different ways to do that. But the thing I'd want to focus on the most, if there was only one thing, it would be the safety of our streets. And that's just so important to me because that includes the safety of us all. You know, none of us stays in our house and doesn't leave. Well, at least I hope that's not, well, obviously none of us here, but hopefully none of our residents do that. If they do, we should help them. And we all go out and about, and we all go about our day, and being able to go out safely and come back safely would be the main thing that I would want to work towards. It'd be amazing if we didn't have to, worry about that loved one that went out of town or was walking down the streets later in the evening because the cars can't see them. That would be the one thing that I would want to accomplish on the city council. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. Melissa, you're next.
This is a tough one because I think there's a lot that I'd like to work on and a lot that I'm passionate about, but I think more than anything it would be communication within our city. I think we're improving and slowly getting there, but I think a lot of the frustration that people feel is that they don't feel heard or they don't feel like they know what's going on, things like that. I think I would like to look at seeing if we could hire, a public relations person that could handle all of that. I just know that there's other cities in our valley that I get texts from, just because my kids signed up for a sport at one point. And I think we could open communication a little more like that in our city so that people are more willing to listen and get on board and get engaged within their city.
Thanks. Craig, you are next.
Can you say it again? Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm answering it.
What one thing do you hope to accomplish as a council member?
Okay, thank you. So one thing I hope to accomplish would be to leave Logan a stronger, better community than when I started. And the way that I would measure that and the way that I would look at that would be increase in the housing stock available for families to buy and own. I would measure that based on the budget of Logan City, ensuring that it is still managed conservatively. I would measure that based on the involvement of the citizens in the community, making sure that all the citizens are involved. I would definitely use the bully pulpit to bring people in and engage with them. I think that's really important. And I'll leave it there. That's what I would do. That's how.
Thanks, Craig. Paula, what one thing do you hope to accomplish as a council member?
Well, I'm with Craig's answer on community involvement. I think I said at the beginning, we need to get our citizens voting. That is a responsibility of citizenship and of freedom. And I'm not looking for power. I don't think this is a position of power, but it is a position, the number one priority is to see to the needs of the residents. And so to look out further beyond the people that are already involved and volunteering, and how can we get the other 63% involved and participating and making this community even better than it is.
Thank you. Alana, you're next.
I would hope to, begin to address the serious shortage of housing we have by changing zoning code to allow for more housing typologies and maybe starting to figure out what some form-based code for Logan looks like, so that we were making sure that as we are building and growing and densifying, we are maintaining our quality of life and keeping those vital green spaces infused throughout that so that people can have homes and not just houses.
Brianne, you are next.
I think the one thing that would be most meaningful to me to accomplish during time on council would be to fill this whole room with people from diverse backgrounds. We generally see involved people that kind of continue and are at every meeting and are in all these conversations and are here sharing their opinions. But there tends to be a big disconnect between the people that are impacted by decisions and having access to the decision-making process. And I think that if we can kind of increase awareness and make it less intimidating for people to be part of their city and part of the decision-making that happens, I think that that would allow for the decisions to be more impactful in the long term and to really help the citizens feel that their needs were being addressed.
Thanks, Brianne. And Gail, you have the final word tonight.
My one thing that we as a council would come together to create maybe that we would have a project for all of us to work together, because we need to see each other as people who work together, as people who care about other things. And I know you do, but if we have a specific project to work on, maybe each year we have a different one. But the idea of working together for a single purpose so that we can communicate better together. Because sometimes we forget that we see things differently. And I would like to have us see things in a way that we all can connect to one another, even if it's something simple. We're going to raise enough diapers for children for this year. We're going to do other kinds of projects. I'd like to see us working like that.
Thanks, Gail. All right, now, questions are over. Thank you so much for your thoughtful responses. Ernesto said to me during our brief break, this is not going to be easy. And I, of course, made this snide comment like it wasn't easy when we did it with him either. So it's fair play that he has to do this now himself. So, but thank you so much. So I would like to suggest to all of us that we take a couple minutes and just kind of think through the answers we've heard and maybe internally think about who our top folks might be. Does that sound good, just to, before we start the conversation?
Just silence.
Just silence. I know that's hard for some of us.
Can we turn on some background music at least? Oh, you're making fun of me there. As I say, I want background music.
I know.
Can I play my Spotify playlist and listen?
You can do whatever you want.
Everyone likes Linkin Park, right? No?
You all can talk, even though we're not talking. Just be quiet.
Stifle. Just gonna sneeze. Did you with him? The law change? I think that's right. I narrowed it down to a couple. 2 or 3. I think narrowed to 2 or 3. But we can't narrow it. But we narrow it down if someone doesn't get it clear. So if I'll just pick one, we narrow it to 4.
You ready? You ready? Say your thing.
No, I think I thought what I needed to think. But if they need more time.
I keep scribbling on my board. I came up with grading rubric. That's what I was adding up during the break. I didn't realize I was going to get this time.
I almost prepared a spreadsheet.
I almost did too, but then
I almost did a spreadsheet, and I was like,
I was going to come up with a rubric.
Yeah, I came up with the grading rubric.
And I was like, I don't think it's going to work.
It actually worked pretty well.
Really?
yeah. Did your own grading?
Look at you.
I mean, it's not like overly complex. It's no Tyson Godfrey power board spreadsheet that was
with graphics.
Broke my brain. Automatic updating to real-time power. God. It's not that. It's basically my second grade mother's level. A, B, C, D, F.
Star?
Yeah, everyone gets a star. Everyone gets half a star, basically. So we can't narrow it down to a couple. Okay.
So one vote, right?
We just do one vote. We can't narrow it down.
So we can discuss, but then when we actually have a vote.
I think we just call the questions.
So in our discussion,
fine.
Okay, talk about
Draw a name out of the hat, vote.
It's about what it's like anymore.
We have to discuss people while staring at them. That's awkward.
Just don't look at them.
Just
don't look at them. So do we just turn
Just look at each other.
discussion?
Someone texted me that. Sure. Whatever.
Ready? Yeah. You ready?
Don't even look at my notes though.
Okay. I'm not going to look at your notes. I can't see that. I can't see that far. I can't see that far.
My answers are unique.
Do you want to bang it?
No, but that was really fun.
No. See, well, you know.
I'll bang it next week, and we will not make any inappropriate jokes about it.
All right, we're going to bring this back to the council for discussion. Would you go over just a little bit more their next steps? Sure. So just a reminder that we are governed by our state's legislatures.
State code.
Code, thank you. I couldn't find the word. That identifies how vacancies are filled. So as you know, we had the announcement period and then we're 2 weeks. And so we have to select somebody within 30 days of Mark's resignation, which is tomorrow, right? Yeah, so that's why tonight is happening.
We can be here all night.
We could be here all night, I guess. Please don't say that. But the state code does identify that in the past, we've been able to kind of narrow the field, but the state code is that we have discussion and then we have a vote. And if there's a majority person, so in this case, since there's 4 of us, if someone receives 3 votes in that first round of voting, then that person is selected. If 2 candidates each receive 2 votes, then we have the opportunity to ask more questions, to discuss those 2 candidates individually. If there's somebody that gets 2 votes and 2 people that each get a vote, as I mentioned earlier, state code does not allow for us to have a discussion about that. The 3, we flip a coin between the 2 people that each received 1 vote as a tie, and then those 2 candidates are the ones that we would next discuss or ask questions of if we so chose. If it's 1, 1, 1, and 1, we flip a coin for 2. So again, this is state code. It's not probably how I would do it.
Does state code allow gambling?
It's a lottery.
It does tonight. Okay.
So my question is the following.
Yeah.
and Craig may have to help us here. So say I'm the first one, if you say, okay, Jeannie, what's your vote? And then Mike's next. And if you really want to talk about more people, then somebody changes their mind along the way. Or do we get to write it down and you read them out?
I think as long as it's identified who made what vote, we can do it that way.
So we're not picking someone, making a motion, seconding that person, calling a vote on that.
No.
We're just call a vote and we'll say a name.
But would you prefer to do that, to each write down the name?
Well, I
and
think
then
it
you
might
can
be a little, I think it might be a little bit more, not that we're a crowd, but it would be a little bit less, oh gosh, I really feel about somebody else,
Peer
but three
pressure.
people, yeah, there's a
Yeah.
little peer pressure.
But if we write it down and then write our name, that follows state code, Craig?
Yeah, I'm just checking to make sure that.
You brought your code book,
nothing
thank you.
It has to be an out loud vote. I don't think it does have to be a roll call vote. Or
Yeah, from what I remember, it didn't have to be, it just had to be an identified vote.
We can all yell it at the same time.
So it's up to you, but I just asked that question because I didn't.
I like the idea.
I have no opposition to either way.
You're okay yelling it?
Either one will work with me. I think the discussion we have previous to
Yes.
vote will actually
Will help.
be
Okay.
very helpful.
However you want to do it.
You're the boss.
I'm the boss.
You are the
For one
boss.
last
I'm the boss
night.
for one last night.
One shining moment.
I think, Jeannie, I like that suggestion that we each write it down and then I can disclose what the names were.
Okay.
Is that okay, Craig?
Yeah.
We're good with that? All right.
And is there a way we can get some pieces of paper? If that is the case.
Craig's gonna tear up his
We
packet.
do all have our agendas. We can just write on our agendas.
I know
So
we
many
could.
notes on it.
Okay. Oh, check it out.
Of course, Teresa, so.
Teresa had a ballot for us already. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Okay, you're in charge of them until it's our turn.
Okay. So what I would envision us doing at this point in time is perhaps just discussing what we saw as the strengths of either all the candidates or individual candidates. And I'll start with our senior member of the council, with Jeannie.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
I too want to thank all of you for doing this. I know when I did it, there were 16 people in the room. And it's a daunting experience to stand up and talk about yourself and talk about what your goals are. I had the singular advantage of having been 6 years on planning commission, so everybody knew who I was. That's not to say they couldn't have chosen someone else, but they did know who I was. And that's the hardest part to me, is sometimes people who have the very best intentions, I feel like if you really want to be part of a city council, you had to have put yourself out there somehow. You know, whether you volunteered on a committee, whether you've, been somewhere where your voice has been part of the solution and part of what we do going forward. And I feel like Melissa has put herself out there, Alana has put herself out there, Paul has put himself out there in an election format where people were able to choose whether they were the right choice for that. I know that I was asked, what did I want in a council person? And I said, whatever gets elected is what you end up working with, or whomever, I shouldn't say whatever. But whoever wins the election is the person or people that you have to learn to work with, and you have to learn to move forward with. Because there are a lot of things, it's like you're getting on a train that's 652 cars long, and you're, number 640. And so a lot of that train has already gone this way. And so I would say that I can talk about individual people. I would say Melissa has done a lot of work in terms of Woodruff Council. She's worked through some difficult issues, and I know that. We have evidence of it in some development and some work that was done that helped reshape that for the community. Gail has been at every city council meeting for years. And so I think she's a voice that we listen to and a voice that is willing to speak up. Scott, I was impressed that he met with all of us and talked about his passion for being a young father and being in Logan and being, this was an entry point. If you're not chosen, I encourage you to run. I encourage everyone who is not chosen to run for office. It's an excellent experience. Paul, I know Paul well. I know what he's done, and I know he's very, very passionate and really wants the best in sustainability for our community and would work tirelessly toward that. Alana mounted a very successful campaign to be the mayor. She didn't win, but she mounted a very successful campaign, and that shows that she has the commitment to move forward in that regard. Craig, I'm impressed by the fact that you have all the financial knowledge and that you have been on Hillcrest neighborhood and are passionate about affordable housing. I appreciate that. Brianna, I had not met you prior to tonight. I'm impressed by the fact that you want to be research-based, that you want to think through how we make decisions, not just emotionally, but actually using data and trying to incorporate that data point into a decision. Josh, I know Josh well. I appreciate his comments, and I appreciate the fact that he's not willing to be mad at us and speak his mind, and he's also not willing to come back and say, I was a little out of line. And so I think that passion is something that's important in everything that we do. And Paula, I don't know you well. I do remember our conversation, and I'm glad to hear that the middle school is acting a little bit better. And again, I appreciate your willingness to come forward and to be a part of a solution and part of our future. It's a really hard decision for me. But I'm going to go there. I'm going to say that much for now. That was a lot.
It's all good.
There's one to fund muscle for the
I thought we were going by age.
Well, then I guess
Oh! You said the most senior member.
then it's Ernesto.
I'm teasing you. You can go, Ernesto.
Oh, I'm the most senior member. I've been on here forever.
Sorry, G. Whoa. Senior member, age on council.
Every time you do it, every time.
That will be my last.
Well, first, I'm not going to go name by name.
However you want to.
Again, thank you everyone for submitting your name, for applying, for taking the time to come here. I've been in your shoes. I was the last council member to be appointed back in 2020, and it's been quite the learning experience for me. After 5 years of being on the council, I can honestly say that whatever brought me here initially is not the reason exactly that has kept me here. I've learned so much being here, became way more appreciative of our city and everything that every department does for our city. And I believe that anybody that sits here at the council grows in that appreciation for what everybody in the city does. The staff, from the people that clean the bathrooms, plows the snow, does the waste management, to the people that are managing our finances or our Laws here, our attorney, to Teresa, who does a lot of work to help us at the council, and of course the mayor and everybody else. So I saw in you guys a lot of potential to serve in a role like this for different reasons. I may defer in some of the opinions that sometimes we have here. It feels like more recently we've had some split votes than maybe previously. And what I keep coming back to as I try to make a decision now for this is the person that we choose doesn't necessarily have to align with my views. I'm hoping that we choose somebody that kind of helps us balance well, more so than looking for somebody that could second my motions or not. And so I'm very impressed with what everybody brings to the table. I think you guys have done a lot in your personal lives and service. I'll stop there for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is this my time to give a 5-minute spiel?
It's your time, 90 seconds.
90 seconds, thank you. I'm not going to give a 5-minute spiel because we've heard a lot, and I think we're probably all pretty close to ready to throw down a ballot and let Teresa look at them. I do want to thank everyone briefly, though. I know this probably wasn't an easy process. I have not been through it, but it does not look like a fun game of roulette with we call your name and give you a question on the spot. But I think it's been useful for us to be able to hear. As Ernesto said, I made a rubric this weekend of how I was going to grade. Maybe that's my second grade teacher mother. That makes me do that. But one of my grading points was who brings a different perspective or who's going to challenge our views the most. And I think that's beneficial to have of someone who's going to sit up here and say, well, I think that's different and be able to challenge that. So I do want to thank everyone. I know it's not been easy. And is it Scott? Is it your wife that's out there with the baby? My wife did that 2.5 years ago when I ran for council with a little 2-year-old. So I'm going to thank her too, because I empathize with trying to wrangle a child while your spouse is doing something. So I'll shut my mouth there.
Yeah,
My 90-second timer didn't go off.
so it's interesting because I did the same thing that Jeannie did. I noted what I thought was some of the strengths of each one of the people. So Paula, I think your goal to engage community is really important. I think that would be a great voice on the council. Melissa, your past community involvement and your standing in the election to me is a great strength. Craig, your finance and your housing focus, I think that's the most impressive piece of your conversations with us. Scott, the project management background you have, and I think the fact that you live in Ellis is actually a really big strength because talking about people from different areas and bringing different perspectives. Josh, your focus on preservation, I think, is an important thing for our city. I think that's why people move here, right? It's that the history of Logan is a big part of that, and your constancy in coming to listen to us for hours on end. I don't know why you do it or how you do it, but I really appreciate it. My husband won't come to meetings and you do, so that says something. Alana, I think the fact that you brought up that you have a different perspective and your educational background, I think, and as Jeannie mentioned, your run for mayor. Paul, your focus on sustainability, I think, is a really important viewpoint and vision for the council. Brianne, that collaborative piece that you've talked about and that idea of focus with involvement of people with diverse opinions would be a great strength. And Gail, your passion and care for our community is just, you're a constant. And just like Josh, you're here, and I think that again is another strength. So it's hard when you can't go wrong. Right? It's hard when you can't go wrong. But yeah, thank you to all of you for putting yourselves out there. I know it's not easy. It's a challenge, and you all bring very different and unique perspectives. So, you want to discuss more? Do you want to just do a vote? Do you want to talk about what your what your primary focus is as we select somebody?
You're the one with the rubric.
I didn't have like a primary focus. There was a bunch of different.
I just
Primary as in the things that we would
the
hope.
things that you would hope, like as you think through, as you've thought through the candidates, what are the maybe like the two things or whatever that rise up that go, that's the person I think should serve on council. Doesn't have to be the person, but the cons, like.
Yeah,
concept.
I understand. Do you guys want to do that, or?
Sure, go for it, Ernesto.
A couple of the things as I enter a second term on City Council, as we've been discussing the Public Works building and as we've hired a new person that helps with the emergency management, that has become something that I don't know why it's drawing more and more of my focus to how do we better prepare Logan for a potential emergency or disaster situation. And that preparedness will need specific types of maybe experiences or strengths in our council, maybe as we try to, if we do decide to make that as a priority or a bigger priority. So as I'm looking at the candidates, I'm hoping that I find some of those strengths in the candidate that could help us maybe if that were to become a priority.
Mike?
Sure. I think some of the big things that I was looking for, if we just I'll pick three short ones, but one is a difference in perspective. It's one thing that I appreciate about what we have right now. I get people sometimes will be like, oh, is the council all this monolith of views and opinions? And I'm like, nope, our backgrounds and our education and our socioeconomic class and where we live and our upbringings are all very different from each other, which I've really appreciated in my 2 years. And I think adding to that and ensuring that we have diverse representation, I think is important. And the other two things that I think kind of came up multiple times as I was listening to people were one, financial background of some sort, so they can hopefully hit the ground running with that, because it's a big part of what we do. And then just another of understanding the process and understanding how local government works. And obviously some of these things you can learn on the go, but having a base understanding or experience of some sort in local government or government in general, I think is beneficial, so that you're not doing things that we shouldn't be doing right out the bat. So as you're running. So I think those were a couple of things that stood out to me that were important.
I'm thinking, because there's part of when Mike was just talking that I wanted to say, so Mike, what was your first year like?
Have you ever seen a leaking water main? Stick your face in it and try to drink.
Yep.
I mean, it really was.
Yep. It was
How many times was I in Rich's office with multi-100-page documents going, I don't know what we're doing here, please help me. It's a lot to learn.
Yeah, it is a lot. It's way more than anybody would think it was.
Yeah.
Because
and way more time too.
It's a lot more time. It's a very complex organization. It's a multi-million-dollar corporation that you are in charge of both restraining and steering. I'm going to say. So I think that the things that I would like to see in a council person, and that's hard because, like I said, you get what gets elected.
We're not electing.
Yeah, we're not electing, we're picking. Is someone who's open to learning, someone who is not set in any particular way, shape, or form, because as soon as you say, I'm standing for this, you find out there are 6 reasons why it won't work. And so I would like someone who who is,
It is.
I value that ability to learn and grow and be humble in the process and admit that you don't know everything, because I've been on here a long time and I don't know everything. So those, I think that every person has some of those skills. Some people showed it more than others. So I would say that open ability to learn and perhaps even change course is critically important to me.
And I would say for me, it's a demonstrated commitment to our city. And I know some of you are newer to our city, and that makes it more difficult. And I think that's why I don't remember who got the question about what's been your involvement either here or in other communities. So I think that's what I was listening for, was how have you been engaged in your community? How can you represent then the interests of the people that surround you? Because ultimately that to me has always been the biggest challenge, is you have 50,000 voices in your ear, and how do you take those, and how do you know, and how do you understand their perspectives, but along with what our ultimate obligation is, which is the financial stability of our community and the provision of those basic services. So kind of that balance of community commitment, but an understanding of the business side of how the city operates. So those are the two things that I was kind of looking for in your opening statements and in the questions, and the way you answered those. So that's kind of where I was landing. So any other thoughts, comments? Wanna
bust out my rubric, or?
do you need more time? I mean, got 9 people here, so does everyone feel ready to, you can think we can have some quiet time again? I don't want to rush it, because if everyone feels ready to
you
put
don't have to
somebody
deal with it for the
down.
next 2 years, so.
But I want to make sure everyone feels ready to say, I think I know who my first choice is. Even if you're hungry.
I'm starving. That's going to be, I'm going to buy you a t-shirt that says I'm starving.
We gotta stop having 5-hour meetings.
I think if everybody was ready to vote, I could be ready to vote.
But you want a lot more time to just think.
In my mind, I have 2 very top candidates
Can we do
who
ranked
impressed me a lot. And
Just flip a coin.
if either one of them was appointed, I would be super happy. So, but it's hard to even just pick one versus the other.
You know, I'm at our state legislature. So when Ernesto was appointed, we were able to winnow the field and then interview again, and then winnow it to 2 and then discuss. And it was actually a lot easier, because I think you're right, Ernesto. I've got like several people. I'm like, that person would be good. So yeah, it's tough. Do you have your one? Do you need a little more time? Ernesto feels like he needs a little bit more.
And I'm willing to give more time. I would be ready to vote. I have 1, and then 2 of them tied for second. So it was very close, though. I'm gonna shred this on the way out the door, though. Sorry, guys.
Are you
Not
asking me
making it.
if I'm ready?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be ready whenever we're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
What does that mean?
you ready?
At least see where we're at.
Okay?
You right? Okay.
Can you take longer? I'll order DoorDash.
You can't eat in here.
Put your name on it.
Do you remember in grade school when they give you those things?
Oh, the little
Like so you couldn't
balls.
cheat on tests?
This is
Remember
not
those?
ranked choice, right?
Pardon?
It was not ranked choice.
ranked choice.
No, it's not ranked choice, just 1, and then put your initials on the top corner too.
I feel like I do need my little. Are they going to you?
Or chair.
Or chair?
We put in our.
And then she reads them in our name.
Name and
The name and then the name of the vote? Okay. I see red pen.
Okay, we have a majority. So with 3 votes, Melissa Daly.
Do you need to read the names of? I think we have to read the names.
So Jeannie selected Melissa, Mike selected Melissa, Ernesto selected Scott, and I selected Melissa.
And Melissa was my number.
Other person. So as was said, thank you everybody
everyone.
for taking the time, for putting the effort in. I will just encourage you though, there are so many boards and committees that I know when Jeannie was selected, I was one of the 16. I immediately contacted the mayor and said, what can I do? What committees are open? I had already been doing, neighborhood council and school things and volunteering with some nonprofits. But I think that piece of really understanding how the city operates can really only come from involvement. And I know many of you have done that as well. It's not that you haven't.
On the planning commission coming very soon as a member is moving, so. And
Okay.
the county council, yes.
And the county council.
If you live at a certain.
If you live
in
at
that geographic.
Yeah.
And fall too.
Yeah.
3.
Well, there's many city boards that have openings regularly.
But definitely, please reach out to, so actually, the boards and committees are, as you've witnessed today, depending on the committee, sometimes they're like at the library level, you applied to the library, and then they made a recommendation, and then the mayor appoints and the council affirms. But, please reach out to Mark Anderson as the incoming mayor, and express like the areas that you're interested in and what you'd like to do. Melissa's position on the Parks and Rec Board is going to be coming up.
It's a great board.
It's a great board. But I hope you don't feel discouraged by not being the person that was chosen today, but I really encourage all of you. You've shown a level of commitment. Please keep it up.
Yep, please
take
do.
the time.
Yeah, because
to
often
serve.
we try and find people to be on boards and committees. And I think that if you just even let Mark know that you're interested, he'll keep that in mind.
And our meeting is not done.
We actually have one more agenda item.
Actually, one more agenda item.
Yes,
so-
we have public.
We got one more agenda item.
And then we'll.
Sorry.
Yeah, and then we'll.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Our last agenda item is public comment, so
Yes,
you can ask
so
it in
you
just a
can do it
moment.
during
But
the
we do
public
need to hold our
Just want to be
public.
clear, this process changed since last time?
Yes.
Yes, the
Okay,
state.
that wasn't clear.
Yeah, the state changed it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, that's the state.
So, do you want me to continue with this, or do you want to take back the gavel?
Go, you do it.
Okay, so the last thing on our agenda, or any other considerations from the council members?
You lied. Alan is in the back row. He does come to meetings.
He does come to a meeting. Thank you.
Peter didn't make it the whole time, though.
Any other considerations from council before we move on?
Actually, I do. I have one consideration. I want to publicly thank Amy Anderson because you were one of the big reasons why I joined City Council. And I've learned so much. And I want to thank you for always answering my questions. Always will. Thank you.
It's been an honor to serve with you. Anything else for any other council members?
Well,
Say something nice about you.
Can I say something nice about you, though?
You can say something nice.
Melissa will remember this. I think my first interactions with Amy, I may or may not have stood up in public meetings and yelled at you. Do you remember this? You probably don't remember me. I was an angry constituent, as some of you have been in our meetings. I thought you remembered this, and you always treated me with fairness and kindness, and I thought you would just set that aside. You just didn't remember me. That's what
Oh, I totally remember.
But I have always appreciated you because I definitely had yelled at you in a council meeting, not a council meeting, but a neighborhood meeting before I ran for council, and you were always just kind and professional, and you were my first chair. It was great. I loved it. We are going to miss you. I know I've said that 100 times tonight in the corner of the room, but you and Mayor Daines, we will miss you both a lot. You both
Yes, we
taught
will
me
miss-
many things.
We will
so
miss
thank
you both.
Yes.
And I'm proud to call you a friend. And it's been a wonderful time working with you. And I couldn't have asked for more.
Well, thank you, everybody, for your kind words. I'm going to miss being on council. I've been telling people I've been having anticipatory grief for the last 6 months because it's been becoming a really important part of my life to serve our community in this way. And it's been, I really appreciated Mayor Daines' video too, because it was nice to look back at some of the accomplishments over the last 8 years. No decision is easy, and it is hard to balance, as I said, the voices of 52,000 people, and to recognize sometimes that the loudest voice isn't always the majority voice, and just trying to be mindful of that at all times, and to treat people with dignity and respect the way I hope that I'm treated as well. So
Which you have,
I
and I
always
appreciate.
have felt very respected by our citizens, though. So thank you all for trusting me with this for the last 8 years. So appreciate you all.
Thank you for being here.
All right, we will now move on to questions and comments for the mayor and council. So any person wishing to comment on any item is welcome to come.
Not otherwise on the agenda.
Not otherwise on the agenda. I know the agenda's over, so I guess that's out of there.
I'm just teasing.
But yeah, just state your name, who you are, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and we'll have Craig be the timer.
And while you're coming up, I want to say thank you because I know some of you have been waiting for like 4 hours. So thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Gail Hansen. I live in Logan. It wouldn't be complete if we didn't say something about the tank and pipeline. I would like to know that we have a reserve fund or an insurance fund to deal with landslides. I think an insurance company would provide an engineering look at what would be required and what our concerns need to be. So having that other outside look at the landslide consideration. And I don't know if going through the golf course with the pipeline would make a difference. So that's my thought. And oh my gosh, democracy. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. Thank you for what you do. And thank you.
Thanks, Gail.
Good evening. Albert Weeby, I'm a Logan City resident. I feel like I need to address the City Council this evening regarding a unfortunate event that occurred this past weekend. You may have heard over the weekend that trespass and theft of personal property occurred in our neighborhood near the area where the ash trees were recently removed. These actions were committed by the mayor-elect, Anderson, and his wife. This took place during the night of this last Friday, and a neighbor witnessed the incident and confronted them at the time. The theft was of signs that you may be well aware of that said different things about the ash trees and save the trees, etc. The signs were returned the following day, and the mayor apologized to a few of us in person, myself included. The incident is of grave concern to our neighborhood and to the broader community. We expect honesty and integrity from our leaders. Values that were central to Mark's campaign. I'm here today to request a clear statement and position from you as our city leadership. I would expect, in terms of integrity from our leaders, what should we expect in terms of accountability? I think these are just a couple of questions for the city council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Albert.
My name is Ilona Japan, and I live in the Thrushwood Sumac neighborhood. And I'd like to thank you all for your service, especially for the new turn signal on Center and Main. It just makes a big difference in my life. But I would like to put a couple of ideas out there. I don't do statistics and data and things like that, but somebody else could follow this up. The two ideas I have are in support of sustainable energy consumption by the city. And I think that it would also be a financial savings. And one is that if you're going to have big box stores like a Target, to not only have solar energy on the roof, but also on the parking places. And that would involve putting long strips of basically just parking solar strips above the cars, so that that would protect the cars of the patrons as they go into the store. They could leave, they'd be protected in the winter from the cold and in the summer from the heat. And they could also, and as a result, the companies that run the stores would be bringing in a lot more free energy that they could use for themselves and also partially sell back to the city. This is already being done by Walmart in Hawaii and in Arizona, and we get a lot of sunlight here, although it's not quite as much as Arizona and Hawaii. It's even considerable amount of sunlight in the winter months, and so that's one thing. And another thing to consider is to consider creating incentives for citizens to put solar on the roof, so that basically the citizenry of the entire city would be one giant solar energy plant selling energy back to the city, which then the city could sell to the surrounding areas. Now that would involve building out the grid, and you'd have to deduct that from the advantages that be gained from the free solar. But the free solar would almost certainly exceed the cost of setting out of building out the grid. So I hope that someone will follow up on this and take it seriously, because we can't go on using coal and oil and fossil fuels forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Milka Vasquez, and I am Vice President of the Logan City Youth Council. I would like to thank Jeannie and Holly for their service to Logan City. You guys have done a lot for the Logan City Youth Council. Not only were you guys helping us bring it back to our community, but you guys have taught us a lot of politics and how to better serve our people. As we wrap up this year, I'd like to request a few things from the council. I formally ask the council to take more motions to preserve Logan's history, begin promoting sustainable and renewable energy, protect immigrants and first-generation Americans, and to commit to the youth of our town. I am a firm believer that Logan is for everyone, no matter people's age, gender, beliefs, political leaning, or anything else. I believe we all have the right to a safe community and a livable city. Is it not in the Constitution that we all have the right to pursue happiness? We can't be happy if we're not all healthy and tight-knit as a community. Thank you for your time. Happy holidays, and I'll see you all next year.
Thank you. Milka. What a nice way to end the meeting.
Yeah. Anybody else? All right. See no one? We're adjourned.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy Hanukkah.